borders multiple fields of knowledge, providing answers to practical educational challenges using scientific method, and are instrumental in policy reformulation, which aids the progress of the economy. Considering this, the Department of Education, Annamala University, in association with All India Association for Educational Research and International Forum of Researchers in Education, jointly organized the 2 days international summit on quality concerns in educational research. On behalf of the university and the associating organizations, a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and the participants. At the outset, let God's blessings be bestowed on all of us. May we start the program with a prayer by Madam Vijaya.
जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदाशिवलिङ्गम् ब्रह्ममुरारिसुराचितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गम् जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदाशिवलिङ्गम् देवमुनिप्रवराचितलिङ्गं मामदहं करुणाकरलिङ्गम् रावणदत्तविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदाशिवलिङ्गम् सदाशिवलिङ्गम् सदाशिवलिङ्गम्. Thank you.
Intelligence and skill can only function at the peak of their capacity only when the body is healthy and strong. We have with us Professor P.V. Selvam, Dean Faculty of Education, a renowned sports person specializing in the field of basketball and in athletics. Sir will now welcome the gathering. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar and my colleagues, a warm welcome to all at our 2-day program. And it's my pleasure to welcome all the eminent speakers, guests, and participants to attend the inaugural function of the 2-day International Summit. The lecture adopts a timely theme on quality concern in educational research. This inaugural lecture is going to be productive, and there is a lot to offer for a 2-day event. I would like to thank the conference organizing committee for their work. It is essential to bring together experts in the field of education so we can realize together the potential of quality concern in educational research. I hope that all of you will enjoy the lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A person who lives by values, leads by example, leaving a legacy behind is our revered Vice Chancellor, Professor V. Murugesan, sir. His rich experience and academic achievements are a source of inspiration and motivation to all of us. Rich experience, nearing 5 decades in teaching and 4 decades in research. Under his able guidance, 35 scholars have completed their PhD, and all of them are well placed across the globe. He has to his credit 220 research articles in the Science Citation Index journals, and he is a recipient of the prestigious Thomas Reuters India Citation Award in 2012 for research excellence. Such a great academician is here to inaugurate the virtual summit. Your presence here is an honor to us, sir. May I very kindly request you, sir, to give the inaugural address. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Professor Jnanadevan Registrar, Annamalai University, Professor Selvam, Dean, Faculty of Education, Dr. Babu, Professor and Head, Department of Education, other faculty members of the Department of Education, special invitees who are going to deliver lectures on various topics, and also a large number of participants in this web linkage. The topic which they have selected, namely quality concerns in educational research, is a very important one in the changing scenario of the education system itself, namely the teaching learning process or the pedagogy itself is now in the 21st century, and especially recently the teaching learning process is undergoing a very rapid and very fast changing trend has happened. In this context, the quality of educational research is very, very important, and I am sure the participants will be richly benefited by eminent experts from various countries like Malaysia, from USA, from University of Glasgow, UK, and from Bharatdasan University, and our own Professor Babu are going to deliver their rich experience and their vast experience along with the participants. I am sure this 2-day educational international summit in collaboration with the Department of Education in association with the All India Association for Educational Research and the International Forum of Researchers in Education will bring lot of new impetus to the participants, and also they will come out new kind of policy making decisions as far as education research is concerned. Though research in general is undergoing a major and a vast change, educational research is very, very important because of the change in the trend of educational teaching, learning methodology, because at one point of time, teaching was only teacher-centric. Now it becomes student-centric, and it has now totally changed. And especially in the coming years, when we have classes like flip classes, etc., the educational research is going to show new impetus to the area of educational research. I am sure this 2-day summit with a lot of participants, and also I understand very renowned experts are giving lecture series from various parts of the world, including USA, UK, Malaysia, and our own university faculty and our state university faculties are participating and delivering lectures. My only request to the participants, and especially the younger researchers in the area of education, you have to make use of these very good opportunities, not only to listen lectures of these eminent experts, but also after each lectures, I request Professor Babu and other organizers to give at least 5 or 10 minutes of time for the young educational researchers to ask not questions, any clarifications or any new ideas. If the participants have, they can clarify with the experts, so that the broadening of knowledge in the area of educational research will happen, and this will bring new opening in the area of educational research. I am very happy to inaugurate this 2-day educational, 2 days workshop or summit on research concerns in educational research. I am sure the participants will be largely benefited by this 2-day lecture series, and I am sure this 2-day lecture series will largely benefit young researchers as well as young faculty members in the field of education. I wish all success for this 2-day summit in the form of a lecture series. At this point of time, I congratulate the Department of Education in general and Professor Babu and his team of colleagues in the Department of Education for organizing a 2-day lecture series in the midst of a very heavy wave of pandemic crisis. The coronavirus 2, wave 2 is very, very serious. I request all the participants, also the lecture series participants, be safe and also take care to protect yourself and also your friends and relatives. I wish you all the best. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inaugural address. A person who respects people not as a reflection of their character, but as a reflection of his own personality. His focus is not on completion, but contribution. He never defeats people, but wins them. Such a distinguished professor of education is our beloved registrar, Professor R. Jnanadevan, sir. Sir will now give his special address.
Thank you, madam. Honorable Vice Chancellor of our esteemed university, Professor V. Murugesan, sir. Respected Professor P.V. Selvam, Dean Faculty of Education. Professor R. Babu, the Head of the Department of Education. Beloved Professor Sunil Bihari Muhandi, President of All India Association for Educational Research. The Program Coordinator, Dr. V. Ambedkar. Organizing Secretaries of this program, Dr. Sai Leela, Dr. Kalaivani, and Mr. K. Jayaprakash. Faculty members of the Department of Education, invited guests, research scholars, and student friends. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. At the outset, I deem it an honor and a pleasure to deliver the special address in the 2 days International Summit, the lecture series on quality concern in educational research, organizing by the Department of Education and Annamalai University. In association with AIAER, that is All India Association for Education Research, and IFORE, International Forum of Research in Education. Really, I am very happy to attend this function because of two reasons. Number one, everybody knows this program is organizing by my own department. And number two, the function is presiding over by the eminent scientist and able administrator and the vanguard of this university, Professor Murugesan, sir, the Vice Chancellor of our university. Quite frequently these days, the people talk about research. Several research studies are undertaken and accomplished year after year. But in most cases, very little attention is paid to an important dimensions relating to research methodology. Now, it may be noted that in the context of planning and development, the significance of research lies in its quality, not in quantity. The result is that much of research, particularly in social science, it has been found that the quality of research output has been far from much the needed standards. A research work must act as a catalyst for further research to be undertaken in the concerned field. The quality of research depends on the understanding of research problem, and the output is significantly based on the appropriate research tools used for the data collection and also the analysis. The effectiveness of any system, including education, depends upon both its quality and quantity aspects. The educational research plays a crucial role in knowledge advancement across different fields of study. It provides answer to the practical educational challenges using scientific methods. Findings from education research, especially the applied research, are instrumental in policy formulation. The Kothari Commission point out investment in teacher education can yield rich dividend because the financial resources requires small when measured against the resulting improvement in the education of millions. Good quality research is work that answer for who, what, when, why, where, and how. The question regarding the topic. The core objective of organizing a program like this will equip the research scholar and the students with the set of skills and potentiality to undertake research very effectively in the discipline of social science. It offers guidance and direct the researcher through all the stages of research, from identifying the research problem to the submission of the dissertation. By the end of this program, that is the 2 days, I hope that all the participants would have developed conceptual clarity and knowledge to undertake quality research and writing good research papers, field reports, projects, project proposals, etc., etc. I wish to convey my heartiest congratulations and best wishes to the organizers of this program, which shall make the young researcher familiar with the various aspects in social science research. I appreciate the venture made by the Department of Education for organizing this program, specifically mention the Professor and Head Department of Education, Dr. Babu, and the team of organizing committee for having chosen the most relevant topics for deliberation and arranged very eminent professors as a resource person from the leading universities of various countries. I take this opportunity to thank all the resource persons. Professor Stephen McNay, University of Glasgow, UK, Professor Ravichandran, Malaysia, Professor Kothari, former Vice Chancellor of South Gujarat University, Professor Balakrishnan Muniyandi, Malaysia, Professor Rekha Kaur, School of Education, Curtin University, Australia, Professor Miss Chandra, Middle Tennessee State University, United States, Professor Ram Ganesh from Bharatidasan University, and all the eminent scholars who are accepted for to integrate to interact with the participants. The Department of Education sincerely organizes many programs like this in organized manner during the COVID-19 lockdown period through online. I would like to thank all the faculty members of the Department of Education, research scholars, and the learned participants for their patient hearing. I thank the organizers for giving me the wonderful opportunity. Thank you each and every one of you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative special address. Professor Sunil Bihari Mohanty, former Dean Faculty of Education, Sambalpur University, Odisha. He is the president of the All India Association for Education, founder editor of the Journal of All India Education Research. He has traveled widely, to name a few countries: Australia, Canada, Denmark, Taiwan, and Singapore, and he has delivered lectures, chat sessions, and participated in the symposiums. He is a prolific author of books, articles in newspapers, many journal publications. Such a stalwart in the field of education is here offer his felicitations. Sir, please.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor B. Murugesan, Honorable Registrar, Professor Gyanadevan, Dean Faculty of Education, Professor Selvam, Professor R. Babu, the Program Director and Head Department of Education. Thanks for organizing this program. Now I think we have started in time, and we have our speaker, Professor McCanney from Glasgow University. He is ready. So let us invite him to start his talk at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Okay, that's good. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I'll speak quite slowly to make sure that the link is working. First of all, it's a great honor and a great pleasure to be invited to come along. Well, it's morning for me, but it's afternoon for you to speak to you. Maybe it's important for you to know that certainly my thoughts and prayers are with the people of India as you battle terrible ravages of COVID. We have also been through some very difficult times here, so we know how it feels. But many people in Scotland are thinking of the Indian people, and we hope this passes soon. It's probably easier to call me Professor Stephen. Many people find the word McKinney quite hard, so Professor Stephen's fine. Just a very, before I start, just to let you know, this is where I come from, the country of Scotland, which, as you know, is currently part of the UK. And, you know, maybe this is what you think when you see or think of Scotland. You think of beautiful scenery and people in kilts playing bagpipes. Maybe not that common. However, I think it is interesting that I personally took this photograph yesterday on Loch Lomond, and you see how beautiful the country really is. And this was just a day trip, and I took a photograph to show you how gorgeous part of our country is. This is our university, University of Glasgow, founded in 1451. It's one of the oldest universities in the UK, if not Europe. The building you see is actually a 19th century building. There was a much older medieval building further along in the city, which had to be brought down, and they moved to this very attractive site in what's called the West End. A very large university, and one of the Russell Group universities. And we're very proud of our buildings. We think they're very beautiful. And this picture is taken from the top of our library, which is very high, and you can see right across the city. This afternoon, I want to talk about quality education, but I want to take a particular perspective on it. And my presentation is in two parts. Part one, I'll give it some introductory comments about research and the way we undertake research. Then I want to look at 6 key principles of what I'll call responsible research. Now, I've borrowed this idea from responsible research and innovation, and that's very much part of Horizon 2020, a European funding stream. But I want to pose some hard questions about the way in which we undertake research in education, and think about how we engage with the wider world in terms of educational research. Then in part two, I want to look at educational research during COVID and post-COVID. It seems to me that we can't ignore or avoid this. COVID-19 has disrupted school education and higher education throughout the world, and for some time. So, what are the implications for us as educational researchers moving, God willing, into the post-COVID-19 era. And I want to look at that in terms of 3 sub-themes. 1, school closures. 2, food insecurity. And finally, and probably the one I'll spend most time on, will be digital exclusion, or what we sometimes call digital poverty. So one of the starting points, I think, is if we're going to talk about research and educational research, and if we're going to talk about quality in research, it's useful to go back and see where does our research come from? Where do the ideas for research originate? And often it's some kind of personal interest, something that we want to pursue, something that we want to take further. Quite often people will talk about a thesis in educational research. And I know people talk about thesis, counter thesis. And sometimes that's based on research we've already done. Sometimes it's a kind of what I call a hunch. We kind of think there's something there that we need to pursue. And sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. Some of my most extraordinary research was what we call counterintuitive. In other words, we didn't expect these findings at all, and we had to work further on them. So it's something you wish to pursue. And what's the purpose? To improve your own understanding, improve practice, deepen your knowledge of education, educational systems. And often we start this process, well, we start with undergraduate degrees, but master's degrees and doctoral degrees. And quite often when people are undertaking further research, they're extending the work they have started in their master's degree and their doctoral degree, whether it be a PhD or an EdD, a doctor in education. And we take this further and we deepen this work. And often, if we are engaged in educational research in a university or college, our first publications are going to come from our doctorate, which we're going to use our doctorate to generate publications, journal articles, book chapters, maybe even a book. And of course, this can often lead to funded research that's funded by external bodies, by government agencies, by charities, and then it becomes a proper funded research project with certain expectations. Now, this is very familiar to you, I'm sure. And when we go through the research process, it very generally follows something like this. We choose a theme or a topic. A lot of my work over the last 20 odd years has been looking at faith education, faith schools, Catholic schools, but also a huge amount has been about the impact of poverty on the education of children and young people. And that still continues to be a main focus for us. I have a small team and we look at this constantly. And of course, one of the reasons why COVID-19 is, for me, has been so important in terms of research is the poverty that existed for children and young people pre-existed COVID-19, but has been exacerbated by COVID-19. So we have been asked to do a fair amount of research over the last year and a half, looking at things, as we're going to see later, like food insecurity, like digital poverty or exclusion. We'll talk about the aims of research. What exactly do we hope to do with this particular piece of research? And of course, this is why research questions are so important. They keep us focused. Many of you will no doubt review peer-reviewed articles for journals, and quite often we will wonder when we're doing this, well, if the research questions had been a bit more focused, it would have made it much easier for the author or authors to follow through with the rest of the article. How we implement the research, and then of course, two things that are so important, and I'm going to come back to both of these later. How we disseminate our research findings, how we let people know that this is what we have found. And then finally, the impact. Well, Has anything changed as a result of our findings? Has it been read? Have the findings been read? Has it made an impact on practice, on policy, on the way education is structured, on the curriculum? Even in a small way, has it had some impact? Has it had some impact on teachers, on policymakers, on leaders, or even on government? So, so far, still, I think you're with me, and that's fine, because this is very common. We've done some of this already. And maybe when we're doing funded research, some of the things we need to think about is who has commissioned the research and what do they expect from this research, and thinking about generic themes or special themes. There's usually, when you go for funded research, generic themes, you know, we will fund research in the following areas, and you're expected to submit proposals that follow these themes or special themes. Sometimes we need to be very careful. Sometimes we need to balance the pressure of the grant capture, of us gaining funding for our research, with what I'm going to call responsible research. Now, let's slow down a wee bit. All of that is familiar to you. You will know all that. However, what is this term responsible research that I'm using? And I think this is a really helpful way to think about quality. I'm not going to talk about quality as an ethical approval, although there is a strong ethical dimension to this. I'm not really going to talk about the quality of our qualitative and quantitative and how we ensure this. I'm going to talk about some important principles about responsible research and the areas we research in. And one of the questions is, what is responsible research? How do we assess the impact of responsible research? Or what criteria would be used? And I'm going to look at those criteria now. I've split them into 6 key principles. I'm going to slowly go through them and explain why I think these are very useful ways in which we can understand research and the quality that we should be looking for in educational research. Educational research has a huge responsibility, but also can make an enormous contribution to education. I think at this moment in time, we are at a crossroads where educational research will become invaluable over the next 5 to 10 years, because people will be looking to see how did we respond to COVID-19, and further, how have we emerged from COVID-19? How have our educational systems emerged from COVID-19? And what has changed? You know, we hear a lot of conversations about there's going to be change. Well, maybe. What are those changes going to be, and how are we going to track them? So the 6 key principles are here. I'm going to go through them one by one with a series of questions. So we encourage researchers to identify and to listen to the users of research and to demonstrate how users' needs have helped to shape the aims, design, and implementation of research projects. We're thinking about who is actually going to use the research in education. I'll come back to that in a minute. It has a positive impact on end users or society in general, and is considered to be as important as impact on research communities. Number 3, demonstrates that social justice, equity, and sustainability, and these are three phrases that we're using a lot now in educational research. A lot of universities are talking about the aim is to research for social justice. In education in the UK, we talk a lot about equity in education and seeking equity. And of course, the third one has come in more recently and will be developed further in the next couple of years, the idea of sustainability. How is sustainability relevant to education moving into the next 5, 10 years? Responsible research can improve social welfare and cohesion. and enhance culture, enrichment, and quality of life. Number 5, it provides opportunities for underrepresented groups to be engaged in research and for new research topics to be developed. And finally, and the one that I'm going to spend a wee bit more time on once I've gone through them all properly, responsible research is meaningful, timely, and useful and accessible. So the first key principle is encouraging how users' needs have helped to shape the aims, design, and implementation of research projects. And it's probably very useful for us to think, well, who are the users of educational research? Who will actually use the research? Who will actually use the findings that we create? And how are they engaged? How are they engaged with the findings, and how are they thinking about implementing some of these findings? And how do we listen to the users? And this is very interesting. You know, we have a number of conversations with schools. We have a number of conversations with learned bodies, a number of conversations with research networks, and there's this constant conversation about the research that universities think is important and the research that teachers and school leaders think is important in schools, and where these two come together. And what is the relationship? Do we listen to what the users have to say and the kinds of areas that they are concerned about? Now, this one I think is really important. It's very important for us in the UK. I think it's probably important in many parts of the world. That research in education has a positive impact on end users or society in general, and is as important as the impact in research communities. Now, what do I mean by that? What difference will the research make on education, on society? And it's tied in with the first key principle. How do we go beyond the research community and the interests of the research community? Sometimes I become anxious that we are undertaking research for other researchers. And in a subject like education, a discipline like education, I wonder what the point of that would be. And sometimes I read articles and books and I wonder what difference will this research make to education, whether it's school education, higher education, or further education. And this is a hard question for us all. How do we go beyond the research community and the interests of the research community? And how do we look to creating or expanding those networks and seeing what they need? And there's no better example, as I've said already, as the current moment in time where we've had this major disruption in school education across the world. The third key principle is about social justice, equity, and sustainability. And of course, we can always ask ourselves, well, are we addressing issues of social justice in our research? But also this big question about equity, and equity comes in many ways. The discussion on equity comes in many guises. Equity, well, it could be in access to school, never mind opportunities. Could literally be equity in access, being able to access schooling. It could be equity in accessing opportunities in schooling. A couple of years ago, a researcher in England talked about sometimes children who are coming from backgrounds of poverty and disadvantage can be excluded from school, but also within school. And luckily, in Scotland and England, we're looking very, very carefully at this now. The schooling is free, but there are many hidden costs in schooling. For instance, clubs, sports clubs, social clubs, and some recent research from some colleagues of mine from the University of Strathclyde, also in Glasgow, not far from where we are. They've been looking at music education and specialized music education and have discovered that this now has to be paid for and is excluding significant number of children and young people who are unable, whose parents are unable to afford this specialized form of education, which means that they're excluded from advancing their skills and their talents in music in later stages of school and later stages of life. So exclusion from and within school, I think that's a really interesting way to look at this whole idea of equity in opportunities in schooling. Another group of people who I'm very close to, researchers, have been looking at the way in which young people coming from families where nobody has been to university or higher education, how disadvantaged they are because people don't understand how to prepare for university and also how to negotiate university life. And they've brought in what's called a mentoring scheme, where they bring in retired professionals who support these young people through the later stages of school, but also they discovered they had to continue and help support them through university. The next one is improve social welfare and cohesion, culture enrichment, quality of life. And will research contribute to social welfare? Will it improve education, improve educational practice, improve systems? Education is at the very heart of our culture. School education is at the very heart of the way in which we understand society. We often understand school education as the route to mobility, to social mobility. We understand it as the route to young people being able to move forward, but also being able to fulfill their potential. So how is our research contributing to this? And finally, and a very important one, how are we engaging in research on underrepresented groups? And one of the questions I'm posing is who are underrepresented in educational research? Well, migrant children, children from other parts of the world who come to our country, whether it's India or whether it's Scotland or England, disabled children who are often hidden as well, children in poverty, which is, as you know, my focus. But we also have work to do with refugee children. How is education sustained for children who are living in the circumstance of refugee, whether they're living in buildings or whether they're living in refugee camps? We've also got child soldiers, child laborers, child slaves. And finally, how will our research and education be meaningful, timely, and useful and accessible? What meaning does it have? Is it timely? Is it relevant to the current day? How useful is it going to be? But maybe that last one is so important. How, and I've mentioned this already, how will people access the findings of our educational research? What methods will we use? We all use the journals. We all produce books and book chapters. But many people engaged in education don't read those journals and don't read those books and book chapters. So how will they find out about our work? Will it be through professional journals? Will it be through newspaper articles, magazine articles? We need to think very carefully about how people will find out about our work, and also how people will be able then to use our work and take it forward. So those are the 6 key principles, and I think these are interesting questions for us as educational researchers. We may not be able to meet them all the time. They are porous. They're not completely separate. They kind of merge into each other a little. But certainly, it's a useful way to look at educational research and think about, well, these will help us to negotiate quality research and education. Now, I want to move on to part 2 and talk about educational research during COVID-19 and post-COVID-19. In January, UNESCO made a call for the rollout of a serious educational recovery package. UNESCO had been tracking the effects of COVID-19 on education throughout the period of the pandemic, and of course it's still continuing. And one of the things they said was the aim is to set out a more resilient, green and inclusive trajectory. And one of the imperatives that they set down is to build resilience to future shocks. Perhaps one of the things that we need to recall, and maybe people didn't realize this, this is not the first pandemic that's disrupted school education throughout the world. And it probably won't be the last. But it's the one that's come to our attention because it's the one that's happened in our lifetime and in the process of our professional lives. The 1918 so-called Spanish flu pandemic was actually accounted for a huge number of deaths and also disrupted school education throughout the world. There have also been other pandemics over the last 100 odd years, which have affected different parts of the world. But somehow our collective memory didn't seem to recall these. And what's interesting to me is that moving forward, we do need to be people who remember what happened during this period of time as educational researchers, and look to consider how would we engage, negotiate, and cope with another pandemic, whether it be localized, nationalized, or internationalized. I'll give you an example. Before the vaccines, the worldwide efforts were and still are focused on non-pharmaceutical inventions. This is before the vaccines came out, such as isolation, quarantine, good personal hygiene, use of disinfectants, and limitations of public gatherings applied unevenly. Now that I've taken from a document which was issued by the Control and Prevention of the US Department of Health and Human Services in 2020. It doesn't actually apply to COVID-19 at all. It applies to the pandemic in 1918, 1919, over 100 years ago. Now, if we look very carefully, that pretty much describes what we've been through. Isolation, quarantine, good personal hygiene, use of disinfectants, limitations of public gatherings applied unevenly. That's exactly what we've been through. So that idea of collective memory is something that's so important for us. And if we were to look very carefully at the other pandemics over the last 100 years, we'd see similar types of comments being made about how to address this and how to deal with this. So why do I think this is so important for us? Well, we've always got to be careful with statistics, as we all know, but the statistics on this are quite stark. Pre-COVID-19, there were 260 million children and young people out of school, around about 20%. And that's always a very surprising figure, because in the 21st century, we have this idea that school education is available and free for young people throughout the world. Well, it's not really. And in some parts of the world, elementary education is free and available, but secondary education is not. And we still have a long way to go before there is universal, free, accessible education for children and young people throughout the world. And we will still work on that. Don't think for 1 minute that I'm sitting in the UK thinking, well, that's other parts of the world. Because one of the things we've discovered is that there are young people who are not able or not accessing school education in the UK, and we call them invisible children. They kind of disappear. And I'll give you a really good example of that. Several years ago, I had a student who was a dissertation with me. And round about 2000, Glasgow City Council accepted 10,000 refugees from Eastern Europe and placed them in a certain part of Glasgow, not far from the university actually. And my student wanted to look at how the local schools were integrating these children from Eastern Europe who had different language issues, different culture. How were they being integrated into local primary schools? A really good project, really interesting project. The answer was actually very well. They're being integrated very well. And the schools were doing a great job. And we were both surprised and pleased by that. However, that's not the story. The story is we had a constant ongoing argument about the number of refugees. I said there were 10,000. She said there were 8,000. Eventually, she said to me, actually, we're both right. And of course, my immediate response was, how can we both be right? No, you're right. There should be 10,000, but there are only 8,000 now. And I said, well, where are the other 2,000? Her sister worked for the Scottish government. And she said, we don't know. We don't know where the other 2,000 are. So in other words, if you don't cross a boundary that needs a passport, you can disappear. And the question in my mind was, well, what about the school education of those children? Because the minute they would try to enroll them in a school, they would be rediscovered that clearly the children weren't going to school. So basically 2,000 people kind of disappeared. So this can happen anywhere. During COVID-19, the figure rose to 1.6 billion. 91% of children and young people were out of school. Now, what happened? How did it happen? Well, some of the research tells us that there's kind of two ways to go about a school closure. One is a proactive and the other is a reactive. And of course, a proactive occurs when you dismiss some staff and students, or all of them, and they're sent home to prevent the spread of the infection before it starts to spread too widely. A reactive closure occurs when a significant number of staff or pupils or both are ill or showing signs of the illness, and then the school closes in response to the high level of illness. So there's two ways we can do this. One is proactive, reactive. And school closures themselves in the UK, it wasn't as simple. To use the word school closure is too simplistic. There were probably three different types of ways in which schools were closed. Number one, everybody was sent home, school was closed down, the building closed down. Number two, a partial school closure, in which some of the children of key workers are still in school and the staff, teaching staff are still there, but on a rota. And finally, the third one, you dismiss a class, a particular group of children are sent home, but not everybody's sent home. Sorry, all pupils sent home, but some administrative staff remain in school. So we're already learning there are proactive and reactive ways in which we've responded to the COVID. The school closures are quite complex. It's not as simple as sending everybody home. There's different models that have been used. What else have we discovered in our educational research during COVID? Well, we've discovered an awful lot. We've discovered that there are quite serious effects on the absence from school for children and young people. I'm going to talk about this one in a minute, that this whole move to home blended education, and there are lots of different combinations that have been put in place to children working at home, partly working with the teachers, maybe working with a parent or a carer. There's been a marked increase in mental health problems for children and young people. There's been a heightened danger for children who suffer domestic abuse. Certainly in the UK, there's been a rise in what we call food insecurity. And finally, the continued effects of digital exclusion. And the reason why I have said continued effects is because digital exclusion existed before COVID. It wasn't created by COVID, but as I said earlier, it's been exacerbated by COVID, and it's been highlighted by COVID. Food insecurity is something that we've become quite concerned about. It's about two things. It's about access to food, but it's also about nutrition. And there was something like 795 million people undernourished around the world pre-COVID. And it was expected that number would rise to 2 billion by 2050, but it's rising all the time at the moment. And I think the reason why I'm concerned about this as somebody in educational research is contained in this note that I've put here. If 1.6 billion children or young people were out of school for various and varying times, maybe a couple of months, maybe 6 months, maybe a couple, it doesn't matter. The point for me and for my team is 369 million children, including Scotland, including the UK, in 143 countries, rely on school meals which are given free at the school as their main meal of the day. And that concerned us enormously, that this could lead to a serious level of food insecurity for children and young people who rely on this meal in different parts of the world. And in Scotland, I'll speak for Scotland, we saw a marked increase in the number of children, a number of families who were applying for free school meals in the later parts of 2020. So, and I'll watch my time, I'll do this quite quickly. The food insecurity comes in 3 stages according to United Nations. Stage 1 is mild food insecurity, and it's worrying about ability to obtain food. However, number 2, it becomes much more serious. They call it moderate food insecurity, but it includes compromises in qualities and variety of food. And that's where I would argue we need to be careful, because that's where nutrition comes in. It's one thing to have food, it's another thing to have nutritious food. So portions are reduced, meals are skipped altogether. And the problem with this kind of form of food insecurity, this can actually lead to malnourishment as people don't access nutritious food. And of course, stage 3 is severe food insecurity, which can lead to serious malnourishment and malnutrition. And of course, one of the reasons why this is so important for us is that children who arrive in our schools in the morning who have had nothing to eat are unable to focus. They are unable to concentrate on their education. They're unable to concentrate on the tasks within the school. So it is a major thing for us. Now, digital exclusion is something that became very highlighted in the period of COVID. Remember the statistic, 91% of children and young people are out of school at some point. That means they were not in school buildings. That means they were not able to access the teaching and the resources available to them in school. However, even before that, something like 1/3 of children and young people throughout the world have access to the internet at home. High-income countries have access to the internet. 80% of children and young people in high-income countries, have access to the internet, compared to 6% in low-income countries. So I think that digital exclusion, 1/3 of young people throughout the world have no access to the internet. Oh, sorry, that's a mistake. Now, one of the things we've been tracking this quite carefully, and looking to see, well, what are the implications of this, and how does this work? And it seems to us that if you're going to move to online provision, you need two kind of key principles. I'm going to look at subsets of these. It's going to be determined any success to online provision or even blended provision is determined by, one, technology and the technological infrastructure, and two, the skill set of teachers and pupils required to support such a move. And we argue that the following conditions have to be met. Number one, devices are regularly available and available at the time when needed. Children may be in a family where there are 3-4 children and there's only one device. They need the device at the time they need, and the device needs to be fully functional. There needs to be regular and uninterrupted access to the internet. The teachers are competent in the use of technology and have acquired skills in the methods of online delivery or hybrid delivery, and the pupils have adapted to the new modes of delivery. Now, I've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'll start winding up, folks. Just one of the things we've been looking at, which we think is really interesting, that yes, people are excluded, but what's been fascinating, and maybe this is something for us again to think about, the way in which people have adapted in different ways to the education of children, where there may not be the internet, there may not be devices, but other means have been used. Now, we find this extraordinary, that very interesting, that radio, television, mobile phones, printed learning packs, phone calls are all being used. Africa, for instance, has used both radio and television quite extensively. There was a time when I was a school pupil, it was radio and television we used in schools, no internet. Algeria, for example, has a strong focus on television courses for children in schools, while the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda have used radio programs. Other parts of the world have also used television. Europe, North America, parts of Europe, Spain, for instance, use television on a daily basis to educate the children. Iraq has used online learning, but also television and mobile phone technology. In Mexico, they have a telephone support line called Your Teacher Online, which offers pupils mentoring. We talked about children in refugee camps, very interesting. They have been taught by other means, for example, teachers on the radio, offline computer education, a mobile classroom. So it is interesting, although we talk about digital exclusion and digital poverty, other means of educating the children have been recovered, sometimes from a good while ago, but they have been recovered. So let me start winding up, and thank you so much for your attention. Those items that I suggested about 10 minutes ago were really some of the serious effects that we are experiencing, certainly in the UK. Effects of the absence from school during COVID, the move to home blended education, and all of the difficulties and challenges that teachers and pupils have encountered, the increase in mental health problems, of course, the very sad heightened dangers for children who suffer domestic abuse because they're with the abusers, the rise in food insecurity, and the continued effects of digital exclusion. You would maybe be able to add other themes to this list. So, in terms of quality research, in terms of responsible research, in terms of taking our agenda forward nationally, internationally, through the next 5-10 years into, God willing, the post-COVID-19 educational world, the questions that UNESCO posed then, I'm going to pose to us as educational researchers. How can educational research support a serious educational post-COVID-19 recovery package? How are we going to contribute to this in a responsible way, using some of our principles of responsible research? How can educational research support a more resilient, green, and inclusive trajectory? How as we move into this new world, how are we going to contribute to this to make education more resilient, make it more green? Very interesting concept, but also inclusive. We've learned that no matter what we do and how hard we try, some children and young people have been excluded. So how do we include them in the future? And finally, how can we as educational researchers support the building of resilience to future shocks, whether it might be a pandemic or something else? And I suppose the question there is, how can educational research support schools, systems, leaders to be agile and flexible? One of the things about COVID-19, it forced everybody to upskill, to be more flexible, to be more agile, whether they wanted to be or not. How can we build that in to the way we train teachers, to the way we train professionals, to the expectations of educational systems? Thank you so much. I've probably talked too long as usual. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that was helpful.
Hello. Give him thanks.
Sir, PNN, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Who is to give thanks to Professor Professor Bentic has to be given thanks, na? Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank
On
you.
behalf of
Thank
the
you.
Department of Education, we profusely thank Professor Stephen McKinney for his wonderful lecture on research in education, where he has highlighted on some important issues like how do research ideas originate, and about the research process, and what is responsible research, how to assess the impact of responsible research, and what criteria we can use. And he has given a wonderful idea about the 6 principles of responsible research. Then educational research during COVID-19 and post-COVID-19.
Slide is there on the screen.
Yes, sir. Then about pre-COVID-19, he has pointed out that 20% of students were out of school, and during COVID, 91% of students were out of school. And about the school closure, there was school closure, partial school closure, and class dismissal. And the effects of absence from school, blended education, rise in mental health problems, heightened the dangers of children, food insecurity, and about digital exclusion. Really, his lecture was wonderful and scintillating, enlightening, and enriching, sir. On behalf of the Department of Education, I profusely thank you to you, sir. Now, I request the audience, participants, to ask a few questions. Either they can put in the chat box, or if they want to ask directly, they can ask only a few questions. Or participants, please. Yes, participants can ask for clarification.
Sir, Dr. Prakash has raised his hand.
Yes, Rahul Raji. What's your question?
Chair, if people want to send me questions to my email address, I can answer them. Maybe people need some time to think through questions.
Okay, okay. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Yes, Professor, that's correct.
Yeah. I think there was a lot. There was maybe an awful lot in there to digest.
Yes, Dr. P.N. Nadaraj, those who are asking questions shall be sent to Professor's email.
Yes,
Yes,
that's probably better. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor McKinney.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sure. We finally got you.
Yes.
Lockdown in Glasgow. Is there
Yeah.
lockdown there? Someone from London told me that there is lockdown in Glasgow.
Not quite, but we're restricted.
Restricted.
Yeah, but we're coming out of it. We're coming out of it.
We failed to contact you a few days earlier.
Yeah.
So
The email is there, so people can.
So I started giving mail to 2-3
Yeah.
persons.
I mean, I think the other thing, just before you continue, what I didn't talk about was higher education, universities, students, and there's actually a lot of work, research work to be done on the impact on students at universities. And I think that's really important for us all, but also how we have responded to as lecturers, as researchers to the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, there was a question in the chat box.
Yes, tell them.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Can you remove that?
Sir, when there is a question in the chat box, shall I ask? Sir is there?
Yes, he is there.
When educational research is to deliver goods to build resilience for futures,
Sorry,
what is the place of collaboration by Ram Ganesh, sir?
What do they mean by collaboration? Oh, got it now. Okay.
What is the place of collaboration?
Well, I'm not quite sure what the question means, and I'm not sure that I think it's about delivering goods either. So I'm a bit, but never mind. I think educational research is not necessarily about delivering goods, but providing a lot of information, providing guidance, providing support for, and providing new ideas. Always trying to provide new ideas. And I'm not sure what we're talking about in collaboration, but collaboration must be with schools, with universities, with colleges, and thinking. I mean, one of the things that has puzzled me throughout this whole period is when you look very carefully at what has happened in the past, there is documentation advising us on how to engage with a pandemic through school education and higher education. But we didn't seem to realize this was there. And I think we need to be much clearer about supporting government, supporting schools with this advice, with this information, with these ideas, to ensure that when we do come to future shocks, we know how to access this information. There are documents from 10, 15 years ago, from the last pandemic, which had we read them, we would have moved much more quickly with our response to the pandemic in education. We would have known what to do much more quickly, and we could have avoided certain things. So I think the part of the collaboration then is to help people understand what has happened and what we can do in the future and provide ideas and advice. So I hope that helps to answer that question.
Thank you, sir. There is one more question.
Yep.
from Manalisha, how educational research will help to improve the online teaching in rural areas.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and that's one that has been highlighted in the UK as well. Well, there are two issues there. How do we tackle the again, we're talking about digital exclusion, digital poverty. So how are we able to support people in rural areas if they're not able to access anything online? But maybe the answer is partly then in the latter part of my presentation. There are other ways in which children and young people can learn other than online teaching. In some ways, online teaching, we see online teaching and learning as some kind of panacea. And yet, when I was at school, we had no online teaching, but we still learned. So if we're not able to connect all of the rural areas, what other ways to educate those children, young people in this kind of situation would be used? And certainly some of the ideas from Africa, from Europe, are very, very interesting. And it'd be interesting to see now how successful those have been compared to the online teaching. And the other wee thing, and I'll be quick, I talk too much, I know, folks. Online teaching was quite traumatic for many people. It's very difficult. We made assumptions that all teachers would be skilled and able, and they weren't. We made assumptions that all children and homes would be well equipped. No, they weren't. So online teaching on its own may not be the complete answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Stephen, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Yeah, I'm Revati from Chennai. I just wanted to ask you about the equity. How can research bring that equity in education? And my next question is, how do we make the organizations understand the importance of equity and bring that in their organizations, in their schools and colleges?
Okay, that's a brilliant question, and two questions very close to my heart. Number one, we can't. It's a society problem. Yeah. And what we can do is put pressure on governments to address this issue. Schools, universities, we cannot tackle the poverty and deprivation, but governments can. So we put pressure on governments to do it. Yeah. So what was the second part of the question?
How can we make the organizations understand the importance of equity?
Right. And again, it's up to us to put pressure on governments, on systems, on we call them local authorities, local government areas. It's up to us. Well, one of the things that we've done is prove that lack of equity has a direct impact on the children's success in schools. If we can keep showing that this is happening and show that it happens over a period of time, that this research is longitudinal. We've looked at early years. Our group has looked at children coming from backgrounds of poverty and disadvantage will not do as well in public examinations. That means the myth that school provides opportunity for social mobility only applies to some children and young people. We keep hammering this message because otherwise schools are not places of equity. In Scotland, we had this myth for many hundreds of years that school meant everybody could do anything. No, they can't. No. And we need to remind governments that special support may be needed for some children and young people. We need to remind researchers that this is a really important area of research.
Thank you so much.
Sir, can I ask one more question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Sir, one person from Kerala, Manoj Kumar, he has raised this question. during pandemic, how is it possible to conduct research when the institutions are not open?
It's possible to conduct research online. Remember, it's we've been conducting, some colleagues of mine have been conducting research with people in online fora where they've interviewed people, they've had discussion. Well, what they've found more successful are focus groups online, where they've talked to two colleagues of mine, talked to teachers about. Now it's interesting because they were talking about digital skills, asking a group of teachers how they found the move to online stroke blended learning, what challenges they faced, how skilled they felt. So we can't do face-to-face interviews. That's not possible. We can, however, still do research with people through Facebook. Sorry, not Facebook, through Zoom, through Teams. We can still conduct interviews. Focus groups, as I said, are probably more successful. We can even do something I haven't done for a while. We can do interviews by email. You know, it's not impossible. It's a bit tricky, but it's not impossible. So we still can do research. We can also take this opportunity, I think, to look very, very carefully at some of the conceptual work that has come before us about pandemics and about education pandemics. So that's how we can do it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, sir. Professor Stephen, sir, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll rejoin you later. I need to go somewhere else now.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I request Professor P.N. Nadraj to introduce the next speaker of today's session, Professor P. Ravichandran, on topic building quality literature reviews for educational research. Sir, kindly introduce Professor P. Ravichandran, sir.
Thank you, madam. I have great pleasure in introducing Dr. Ravichandran, Dean, Center of Postgraduate Studies, Malaysia. Dr. Ravichandran is a pedagogical expert. He got his first PhD in pedagogical leadership from UPSI, Malaysia, got his second PhD from Open University, Malaysia, in the field of information technology. He has presented several papers in international conferences, delivered keynote addresses in international conferences, moderated several postgraduate theses, and had been an external examiner for adjudicating PhD theses. Also, a founder and designer for K-Learn learning management system. His main area of interest is research and smart learning tools and techniques for the 21st century digital learners. With this brief introduction, let me invite Dr. P. Ravichandran, sir, to deliver his lecture.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Professor Stephen, for giving your wonderful presentation. And welcome participants for this webinar. And on behalf of Binary University Malaysia, I thank Annamalai University and the AIAR for giving me an opportunity to participate and present my webinar in this session. Before I start, I would like to share why exactly I took this particular topic on building quality literature review for educational research. This is because I felt it is something similar to pandemic situation for higher education, wherein every professors are killed indirectly while doing their chapter 2 literature review with the students. So I thought this would be appropriate in this situation, and hence I took this topic for today's webinar. So as I move forward, I would like to share what exactly I'm going to present to you in my presentation today. So I'll be talking a little bit of my background and introduction on my topic. Then I'll move on to why literature review, issues in writing literature review, writing effective literature review, tools and techniques in searching literature review, and then I conclude. The reason why you can see these topics layered in such a manner is because I would like to emphasize the importance of literature review and how to overcome these particular issues related to literature review by converging into a conclusion wherein I am going to show you the 6 steps or maybe 7 steps to solve these issues related to literature review in educational research. Moving further, as you can see here, according to Randlock, 2009, he says literature review is the main area wherein students commit errors in dissertation. This is because literature review should be written effectively to promote readers' understanding and awareness of particular and appropriate approach. As you can see here in this particular literature, it is very clear that it is an embodiment. Literature review forms an embodiment behind a successful dissertation or a thesis. So as such, we can see that literature review is so important for building up research in education as well. Moving further, you can also see from this literature, Kuang and Maya in 2015 said, literature review section is one of the most important parts of postgraduate thesis. This is because only at the postgraduate level, most of the universities insist the students to go for publications. So when they go for publications, what happens is this particular research is verified by the future researchers. So it becomes a very, very important and vital part for every researcher who develops a proper way of literature review so that it is referred at a later part of the research by next generation people who take up similar research in the similar domain area. Without a qualified literature review, the students will not be able to understand their research topic, the keywords that are related to studies in that area of educational research. It is very, very true that even today, when I do my marking or moderation for research methodology papers or thesis, I could see that students are a bit vague about understanding even the research topic, for example, because they don't even think about using proper keywords into the research title, which is an implication that they are not so serious about the literature review, because from the literature title is what evolves your literature review. So the keywords in the literature topic is so important, the research topic is so important for the student to arrive at the proper literature at the latest part of his chapter number 2 in the research. So you can see here, empirical study shows that majority of the students do not understand the importance of literature review. I'm not blaming about it. It is a fact, because you can see here, there is a research in 1994 conducted by Moody, who says that literature review of international postgraduate students' thesis in the Faculty of Engineering at Monash University in Australia says that most of the students did not use critical voice in writing the literature review. It is the very important aspect of a literature review that the critical voice is emulated within the writing of a thesis. But he says that in the majority of the students' thesis, this was not visible. That was the major finding by Moody in 1994. But it would be nice to go for further research. In the recent research, pertaining to this similar research which Moody has done in 1994. However, a literature review is a discussion of previously published information on particular topic, providing summary and connection to help readers understand the research that has been completed on a subject and why it is important. So as you can see here, it is very important not only for the researchers, but also for the readers to understand what exactly is that research is all about. If the researcher doesn't layer them properly in his or her research thesis, what eventually happens is the reader of that particular thesis would eventually ignore that particular research findings done by that particular researcher. So therefore, it is very, very important that literature review is layered in systematic manner. In fact, you can see from my experience, what I do is I would strongly recommend a review of literature before writing chapter number 1 in the research thesis. This is because once they start collecting enough information in that particular domain of research, it is possible for the researcher to understand vaguely as to what exactly is missing in the research, and probably he can arrive at the research gap better by looking into the chapter 2 in a better way before arriving at his chapter number 1. So what exactly does the literature review illuminate? So you can see here, it provides a historical background of the research. As we all know, it is to provide a historical background of what similar research has been conducted in the past. So that is what is one of the areas which literature review will illuminate. The second one is describing the research status. When I say research status, it is about who are the audience, in which environment and which situation the research was conducted. All this forms the part number 2 in this particular slide. Moving further, you can see here supporting the purpose of the study. So what exactly do I mean by this supporting the purpose of the study is because if a person decides to take up a research and he wants to explore, he should see whether that particular research has been already done by another person. So if he's going to do a research which is almost identical to another person, then it won't serve the purpose. So in order to see whether the research, whichever the current person is trying to do, has been already answered by a person already, then literature review searching is important, and supporting the purpose of the study is so important. So that's the reason why the researcher should be very clear in searching the literature appropriately that is relevant for his area of research. Then what does the literature review emulate? So we can see here it identifies the gaps in the literature. So what has been already done, what is being currently done, and what is missing. So that research gap can be highlighted and that can be taken as a research. So that is one area which literature review eliminates. The next one is becoming aware of the variables involved in the research problem. This is very, very important. Most of the time what happens is it's very, very challenging for the students to converge at the theoretical framework of a research. Theoretical framework of a research clearly reveals one as to what are the variables involved in the study. But what happens is they are not so sure about what are the variables involved in the research. This is because they should have grounded their foot properly in the literature review. So they should become aware of those variables relevant to the research problem. So that is where this literature review is so important to find out. Next comes understanding the seminal studies widely cited. So what is the important studies that has been carried out in this particular research of study, which has been largely cited, so that you can try to capture when you are doing your literature review study. The next one is identifying the leading scholar relevant to the problem. This is very, very important. For example, I recently studied one literature review from one of my students who was doing self-efficacy, wherein the entire literature review did not mention Bandura anywhere. So I was telling that why did he not mention, then he seems to say that he was looking for the literature review which were very, very current, and found that Bandura was from 1964 and therefore he did not mention it in the literature review. I said, no, it's not that way you go in compiling the literature review. It is what is relevant, you'll have to mention it, because those are the embodiment behind the word self-efficacy. Because if you see self-efficacy, the embodiment behind that type of research evolves only with the research from Bandura. So you cannot miss those type of research which are relevant, even though those research were carried out in early 60s or 70s. So that is very, very important in compiling the literature review. So next comes the identifying the leading scholars relevant to the problem. So this is something similar which I discussed earlier. Next one is proposing useful theoretical construct of the study. So this is again linked to the variables which I earlier shared. So in order to construct your theoretical framework, it is very, very important that the literature review talks about the various variables and themes that are involved in the research. Next is understanding the application of appropriate methodological procedures. This is again very, very important in the literature review. Most of the literature review, wherever I have been going through reviewing or moderating, I could see that this particular part is missing. They think that methodological procedure need not come in this chapter 2 and has to be put in the chapter number 3. That's not so. You can even discuss about various methodologies which has been taken over from the previous research, and you can always converge it and make it a part of your logical arguments within the literature review sections. It is not necessary that the moment you see methodology, you take it to chapter number 3. So whatever is relevant in the previous research, in similar area of research that has been conducted earlier, you can always pull them up and place it in your literature review with in a logical manner. Last but not the least, observing comparative studies that assist in analyzing the data and interpreting the results. Yes, when you are trying to gather sufficient information with various studies from eminent researchers in the similar domain, what happens is you can make comparison. What is one study saying about another study, when it is going to be a quantitative study, when the other study they have done using a qualitative study, what happens, how are the results deviating from the findings from one study from another study. All this can be captured when you do your comparative studies using literature review. I'll be talking about this one later on when I am talking about literature matrix later on. So moving further, issues in literature review. Research findings says that postgraduate students have problems in writing their thesis literature review sections. Added to it, it indicates that writing a literature review is not an easy task for postgraduate students. Many students do not know how to develop their literature review. So this one, I don't want to blame whether the supervisor is correct or the student is correct, but I just wanted to make it a general statement here that there are research findings which says that overall the postgraduate students have difficulty in doing the literature review section. This finding also enhances the understanding that writing a literature review involves a synthesis of a complex range of analytics and rhetorical skills as well as academic skills, academic writing skills, and an understanding of what is meant by critical analysis. So what happens is literature review is not just placing just the previous person's findings or literature. It is about critical analysis and arguments. That is what is required in literature review. So this is something which has been found missing in a literature review, and this has to be enhanced. Another issues in literature review is majority of students just summarized. I mean, in one of the research conducted by, you can see here, Akandil and Boti, you can see that majority of the students just summarized other researchers' findings and interpretings rated rather than examining all aspects of their research critically. So it was something similar to like a cut and paste rather than no arguments, no logical coherence in the literature. There is no logical sequel between one sentence and another sentence. That is, every sentence in a literature review should be in sequel to the preceding sentence. That was not there. So there was something like a cut and paste in students' literature. The result is also consistent with other studies in that due to having a poor performance in using critical thinking, students just reported the research method, research design, analysis in the thesis without providing justification or logical reasons in writing the thesis. So you can see from this particular research, students who did the literature review, they were not so sure about where they are heading to and what is the importance of literature review, and they were just merely providing a section where they just reported research methodologies, design, analysis, rather than providing justification or logical reasons in writing their thesis. As Kendall 2008 mentioned, the literature review is not effective unless the researcher reports the similarities and difference between studies published in both low and high quality articles. This is what his argument is all about. What one particular research in that domain says, what the other research says, you have to have a comparison, and then you have to logically place it to make an argument, to converge to a place where you can find your research gap and conclude your literature review. So that's how it should be. Another problem was the most students did not have clear ideas about the literature review organization. This finding is consistent with the idea that in writing, organizing ideas on paper seems difficult for students. I mean, just I placed a literature for showing you that most students did not have a clear idea about literature. And the next, you can also see that postgraduate students mentioned that research says that professors did not teach them how to write creative and integrate literature review, and most supervisors did not have a strong contribution in writing their literature review. This was some students' complaint or probably response in the questionnaire in the research, wherein they pointed out the professors or the supervisors did not guide them properly. So this is also one serious concern about effectively writing literature, where I solidly feel that before starting off literature review, it is the responsibility of the supervisor to give a sufficient understanding of literature review, and what literature review is supposed to convey to the research has to be highlighted to the researcher or the students whom he is involved. So writing effective literature review. So what is required? The literature review should make critical complications of studies done previously. Make critical evaluation of literature that was studied and progress by having a critical attitude. So what happens? It has to justify the previous literature against what he is intended to do, and he has to place all the arguments required for his research based on whatever he has gathered. In order to successfully carry out critical analysis, researchers pay significant attention to the importance of writing an argument. So this is very, very important. If you see majority of the students, whoever I have been linked to, there will be one paragraph about online teaching. The next paragraph will be on blended learning. The third paragraph will be on flipped learning. So there will be a mixture. They would not focus on one particular area based on the research. For example, if you're focusing on the flipped classroom, it is important that you talk about flipped classroom and then later on speak about online learning or whatever, rather than just mixing up everything altogether. That doesn't make sense. So you will have to be very, very clear to focus on your area of interest. That is very, very important. So in order to successfully carry out critical analysis, researchers pay significant attention to the importance of writing an argument in a literature, which should be put forward arguments and counter arguments. Okay, this is very, very important. So I just placed a few supporting literature for your reference. Students first need to derive the set of themes from the key elements of the research questions or from the thesis statement of the problem. Then the themes may serve as a major headings for the body of the literature review. So this is one important thing for writing the literature review. If you want to go for a efficient literature review writing, then you have to set the themes, find the themes required to place them in the sections, of course, in a layered manner, and then you have to go about writing your literature review. Within the discussion of major themes, the writer should focus on explaining and evaluating conclusions reached by the key sources. It is critical that in doing so, the writer integrate and synthesize rather than just summarizes. So this is what I have been discussing all the time, that synthesizing the literature review. It is not just summarizing the literature review. It is synthesizing those literature reviews to provide meaningful justification why a research is needed in your area, and then provide a conclusion. So this is also very, very important in writing an efficient literature review. So if you see here, this is a hook and eye concept, wherein you can see that every paragraph is linked to the subsequent paragraph. So literature review, if you see here, you can't jump between one paragraph to another paragraph, or you can't place multiple sentences which doesn't make meaning. For example, you can see students in higher education often placing multiple literatures back to back. There might be one literature and they would have placed another literature back to back. This is something which is a serious cause for failure of a successful quality literature review. This is because before you move on to the second literature, you will have to talk about the inference. You have to place your inference from what you have understood from the earlier literature. So you place your literature, speak some few sentences about what you meant from placing those literature. That is your inference. Then you move on to the next literature. And when you place such sentences, make sure that every single sentence has logical coherence with the previous sentence, is in sequel with the previous sentences, at the same time as previous paragraphs. It is Zinner in 1983 who pointed out very clearly that there should be a logical coherence between one paragraph and to the another paragraph which has been previously placed. So you'll have to properly assemble the collected data, synthesize the information, and analyze the patterns involved in that particular data to get a very efficient literature review. Moving further, this is, I am sure you can't see it properly because this is a sheet which I normally give it to my students. This is the literature matrix. The literature matrix enables one to quickly compare and contrast articles in order to determine the scope of a research across time. So what happens as you research and search articles from different journals or papers or books, whatever, you place them in this order. For example, I could read for you the author's name, the title, the year of publication, the publication, which publication was it, and research questions, methodology, and analysis, what was the results, that is the findings, and the direction of future research, what was discussed in the journal. Everything can be placed in the form of a matrix, which we call it as a literature matrix, which can help you to spot out the difference and similarities between journal articles so that it is easy for you to converge into a research gap, and that can be your area of research. Okay, so this literature review is also very much important to synthesize your literature review effectively. So keep it a point that whenever you start writing, you have a literature review matrix in your hand, and you have sufficiently populated those columns in order to find out how you can layer your arguments within your literature review. Moving further, you can see here that the literature review is not a product by itself. It is a process. So if you see here, there is in step 1, you select a topic of interest. So what happens if a particular person is involved in a research? First of all, he should have a research interest. So what is a research interest has to be very clear. Then you move on to the searching of literature in the area of his or her interest. Then step 3, to develop the arguments. This is where I was talking about your literature review matrix, wherein all the literature which are similar or which are relevant for the area of research can be populated in the form of a literature review matrix and can be used for arguments, developing the arguments. Then step 4, the survey the literature. So this is the step 4 where all those literature review matrix content can be surveyed and found, which reveals you a direction of placing your content in the literature review. Then the critics in the literature could be, or step number 5, and then the step number 6 would be writing the literature review. So these steps you have to follow in order to successfully begin your literature review. I'm not talking about the content development. I'm just telling you, you will have to follow these steps. All these things should be ready before you place your pen and start writing the chapter number 2, mentioning that it is your literature review chapter. So first, research title should be there, a proper research title, which should be of your interest, not your supervisor's interest. It should be your interest that should be properly placed. Then what information will be in the literature review? You should search relevant articles from multiple areas. Cannot be all journal alone. It could be journals, it could be books, it could be chapters from a book, it could be article, it could be from a newspaper, it could be a YouTube content. Anything it can be relevant should be placed in the literature. It can be replaced in the literature review. Then arrange them in a systematic order. That is where you make your claims as to what went wrong, what went in favor. All these things you can discuss as an arguments. And then you have to assemble and synthesize and analyze to make claims from those arguments. So you will have to place them in a logical manner, making logical coherence. Then interpret the current understanding of the topic. And then when you begin, this is where you start beginning writing your literature review. So next slide is some of the tools which I would like to emphasize. Number 1 is the Mendeley. Every student should have, I'm not recommending this product, but anything similar to Mendeley, one should have it in the desktop. It is a mandatory thing that one student who is involved in research should have such tools, because it is these tools which will allow them to effectively save those articles in a database, and also it will allow them to search relevant articles when they are in need in future. So what happens, Mendeley is a effective tool wherein you can place all your searched articles, you can take notes, you can also annotate. The most challenging aspect of literature review is citation and reference. So what happens is Mendeley can easily cite and also reference your article in Jiffy, and also get your references done immediately with proper APA or MLA formatting style. So this is very much recommended for the students who wanted to be serious about the literature review. The next one is the Scribble.com, which is a beautiful portal. I would not call it as a software. It's a portal by which you can start compiling your APA formatting easily, be it a book or be it or YouTube or be it a journal. You can easily generate the corresponding APA 7 format or MLA format or Howard referencing, whatever you want. You can easily do it in just few seconds. So these are the tools, very, very important. Another important tool which I'm introducing is the quillboard.com. The quillboard.com is one important tool for you to write literature review in academic writing style. So I was just showing you hook and eye concept. So you can see when you go through literature review, you can see that majority of the literature review cannot show you a direction. But when you start writing in Quillboard with proper language, your literature review will be treated as a quality literature review because it will speak like a native speaker. Even if you're from any part of the world, you can still place your content there, and quillboard.com will automatically convert your article into a native speaker's writing style. So that will make more meaningful sense for the readers to understand your literature review. The next one is the Foxy software. I think most of you would already will be using this software tool to read your PDF files. So this is very, very important. And last but not the least, you should definitely have a good digital library. I believe that in some of the universities, they don't provide digital library, but if they provide a digital library, it will be very useful for you to search articles to build your literature review. But if you don't have a digital library, don't you worry. You can always have this particular link here, which I have shown. And this has a collection of open source libraries, which are having very, very relevant articles, which you can quote in your research articles. So this can also be few open resources for you to search quality research articles. So last but not the least, my conclusion. In writing literature review chapters, one should mainly attempt to evaluate and show the relationship between previous studies by layering them in a systematic manner. When I say systematic manner, imagine those 6 steps. What I asked you to gather, how I asked you to gather, how do I write my logical coherence, how do I make arguments, all these things should be kept in mind. Critical analysis, everything should be kept in mind in building the literature review, so that the clear understanding of the intended research is for the researcher and for the readers. It is not just for the researcher alone. Many of the theses are written by the researcher thinking that it is for them. It is not for them. It is for the readers to understand what the literature review says and what the research direction shows from those literature review. It should be very clear in the literature review. That is how the literature review should be written. So in order to achieve the above, sufficient guidance and training need to be provided for the students. And whether it is provided by the management or by the supervisor or by a third party or different stakeholders, it doesn't matter. But ultimately, before sufficient guidance is given for the students, it is inappropriate asking them to build a literature review, because it will finally end up with a cut and paste. So before they do that, it is important for them to understand why it is important, how it is important, and what are the things they should follow in writing those literature review. All these things has to be discussed very clearly, and enlightening them is very important, because it is the research done now will be something which will be referred by other person at the later stage. So it is not something like it comes and goes. It is one research thesis. If you do, it will be there permanently in the database for future reference in the university. So what happens is, if you commit a mistake, remember that particular mistake will always be recorded there. And even after several years, if you go, you will find the same mistakes in your research thesis. Somebody would be referring that, which will be guiding them in a wrong direction. So make sure that you have layered your literature review in proper direction. So what is a literature review should reveal at the end of the day is all the previous studies plus added value. What is the added value to the literature review, what you're writing? It is definitely a synthesis of the previous research, but it is not alone the synthesis of the previous research, but also it should add value to your research by adding sufficient inference from those literature, and that will build your literature review. So this is my reference, whatever I've just given a few references. So thank you for being in my webinar, and I'm expecting questions from you guys. So thank you, and over to you, Dr. Bala.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
For delivering a lecture on building quality literature reviews for educational research.
Yeah.
Really, it is interesting, and definitely it is going to be very helpful for all the research scholars attending to your lecture. Professor Ravichandran sir, in his lecture, he has touched upon very important points. What for is the literature review, and what are the issues involved in literature review, and how to write effective literature review, and he has pointed out 6 important steps, and if those steps were followed, definitely you will be able to write effective literature review. And he has also given the tools and techniques in searching reviews like Mendeley Good Digital Library. And he has said one important thing, that without literature review, students will not be able to understand the research topic, key terms, and other things. So that is why the literature review is very important in writing the thesis. Thank you very much, sir, and we are all very grateful to you for making a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Now it is open for the participants to raise their clarification. Participants, please. Sorry, a question from one of the participants.
Yeah.
Is it compulsory to include?
It is compulsory. It is compulsory to include what?
It is compulsory to include Indian-based research studies in our research. Can we depend on only foreign-based studies?
Yeah. It's a very, very important question. I don't know who asked this one, but anyway, thanks for asking. See, if I say that, let us see. Let me consider my own PhD research. I did my PhD research in 2004, empowering the secondary school teachers in using web tools in Malaysia.
Oh.
So that was my topic. And when I went for the Viva, what happened is there was a long debate for the title alone. It took about 2 hours for the examiners, external examiners, to convince me that what you have done is not for Malaysia. It is a area in Malaysia which is Kintai area. It's a Perak area, Perak. So what they pointed out is your research findings will be only findings related to the state of Perak and not the entire population in Malaysia. So what happens is they look into the district wise, state wise in the research. So when you are talking about literature review, and if you are doing a research in the Indian context, there is no harm to bring in foreign context, but there should be a section wherein you are trying to highlight and emulate things that had happened in Indian context. You can't just populate the entire research based on foreign research. You should say this is what had happened in the UK. This is what has happened in the US. But in the Indian context, this has not happened. For example, today, our previous presenter, Professor Stephen was mentioning in the UK context. So that may not be relevant in the Indian context. So this should be very, very clear in your literature review. So there should be a section very clearly mentioning in the Indian context in your research. That's my point.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And one more question, sir. Is there any, because in many theses, I find people are using the title as review of related literature, and in some theses they are writing review of related studies. Are they one and the same or different?
As long as it is literature review, which is fine for me, sir, because the chapter 2 is literature review.
Yeah.
So certain universities follow certain style. So I don't want to make a comment on that. But majority of the chapter 2 is with literature review. That's it. Okay. Chapter 1 is introduction. Chapter 2 is literature review. Chapter 3 is methodology. Chapter 4 is discussion and findings. And chapter 5 maybe summary. That's it. Simple.
Thank you. Any more questions from the participants?
How to point out the literature review from one's publication? It's not clear to me, but
sir?
Yeah.
Yes,
excuse me, sir. It's Sharmila from Annamalai University.
Yeah.
We work here in a rural area, right?
Yeah.
So these students get inside just to get a degree. That's all, because they will be getting posting somewhere due to this PhD degree. So even though I motivate them to read the book and review everything, it's really hard for me to pull them along. They will be saying these, that, and all. Can you give me a few tips just to motivate them and make them to stick on their work?
Yes, I don't know whether you were there in my initial talk.
I was there.
Yeah. So I was just comparing literature review with the pandemic situation. Today's pandemic situation has happened because of the disaster in the nature, because the humans started playing with the nature and the nature started playing with them. Correct or not? Similarly, if you're trying to play with the literature review, what happens is the future generation will be affected because they will be seeing a wrong data from a person. So if you are not going to publish it, others will not know. That's a different issue. But as long as you make a publication, that should be from a relevant data. And if it should be, if it's a relevant data, then it should be a relevant literature too. So if you are not placing your literature review in a proper way, and if you are trying to guide the future researchers in a wrong direction, it is again a educational assassination. Okay, so it is also a pandemic, I would say, in the higher education if they are not doing it properly. Hope this is clear.
We are doing publications, but it is really hard to make the researchers to stick on. That's it. That's what I'm asking.
Stick on
really, it's like stick on to their work. If we give them a slot, like preparation of notes, everything, they skip, they copy and paste, but they never try to read it out and they review and reproduce it. So it's like going behind the child to make it eat.
Yeah, it is a challenging task. That's the reason why I said you can go for a literature review matrix, asking them to populate those literature review matrix, and then trying to write them arguments, then come and meet you. So that's one thing which you can try and see whether it works for you. Because in Malaysia, what happens is we try them to search, number one, because we provide them the digital library. They search the articles which are relevant for the research. Then they go for the literature review matrix, populate them and show it to the supervisor. Okay, then the supervisor approves the literature review matrix. Then he is asking them to write an argument. What is the research gap? What is the problem statement? All these things he is trying to capture from the students. That's how we slowly, gradually take them to step by step.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
If you can go step by step, probably you can really converge at a point where you can see them working.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions?
Good evening, Professor. I am Bilomin Reggie, research scholar from Management Studies. I have few questions. How can I identify whether I have done adequate reviews for my various? What are the important things I need to filter and incorporate in my studies?
What is the adequate number of research, you mean?
Yeah. Because I'm doing research in stress management, especially in occupational stress.
Yeah.
There are so many previous literature is existing. How can I filter that these literature is enough for my study, and these are the important reviews I need to incorporate my studies? How can I identify that?
See, if you, I don't know how far you know the qualitative analysis tools. So if you have a qualitative analysis tools, like for example, Atlas TI is what I'm using, you can use those tools to segregate different domains. Suppose your area of research is in A, and you have a research in B and C and D. You can place in different domains. You can easily segregate them using those tools. You can try Atlas TI. You can download it. It has got a trial version. It has got a beautiful YouTube explaining how you can do the literature review, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, please?
Thank you very much, sir. Now, may I request Dr. T. Manikavasanam, sir, to invite the next speaker to introduce the speaker to the audience. Dr. Manikavasanam is
Yes, sir,
working
yes,
as Associate Professor at the Department of Education, Annamalai University. Now I request him to introduce the next speaker.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
Let me check whether sir has come.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir has come.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Manikavasanam, please.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon to you all. It is my honor and privilege to introduce our Professor Dr. Ramesh Chandra G. Kothari, sir, former Vice Chancellor of Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University, Surat. Sir is basically a mathematician and he has got his doctoral degree in mathematical education. It is marvelous that Sir has rendered more than 45 years of service in the field of teaching and research, and who has occupied in various positions throughout his professional career, such as convener, coordinator, head of department, dean. At last, Sir has got the honorable position as Vice Chancellor of Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University, Surat, from period of 2005 to 2008. As an excellent researcher, Sir has guided more than 20 PhD and MPhil scholars and 40 M.Ed students for their dissertation work. Sir has actively involved and successfully completed many numbers of research projects throughout various funding agencies, in which most of the projects have been done on school education, especially in mathematical education and teacher education programs. It shows his in-depth knowledge in the field of research projects. Sir has published more than 250 theoretical, conceptual, and research papers in various Gujarati, Hindi, and English journals in India. Sir is also one of the editorial and advisory board member of many reputed journals and has published more than 20 standard books in the different fields of education, individually and jointly. Sir has delivered more than 550 lectures in various educational institutions like academic staff colleges, university departments of education, colleges of education, and so on. Sir has received many awards and recognition for his contributions. Some of the important awards are the National Award for Teacher Educator by NCERT, Siddhi Vandana Award by Sri Krishna Vidyalaya Baroda, Ramanujam Award 2006 by All India Ramanujam Mathematics Club, and the Award of Excellence by Gujarati Kshatriya World Federation. Likewise, Sir has received many awards. Such a wonderful, nice personality is going to handle this session on errors committed in research. I hope that the participants will be got benefited through his session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. And I request Dr. Kothari, sir, to take over the session. Sir, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Respected Dean of the Faculty, coordinator of this particular program, and the organizing team. It's a proud privilege. I think this is second time during this pandemic I am addressing at Annamalai University. Earlier also I had a close association. I know one formal vice chancellor also. Also today your partnership is with All India Association of Educational Research. So I hope Professor Sunil Vihari Mohanty is also there. Well, we started before time. I have decided to talk on errors committed in research, especially when we write the research. Now, what are the errors committed? I would like to take that. And I will start with first with the selection of a problem. When you select a problem, now, whatever the problem you have selected, no problem. But how one arrives at the problem, that is missing. In most of the thesis, I will be talking at the master level or doctoral level, but it has been seen that we miss this part. Why? Or how you arrive at that. It says there was one well-known author, Donald Array. Recently also he had come out with the 2 volumes of books in research methodology. And he said that a scholar is supposed to spend at least 6 months for identification of a research problem. 6 months we should spend for identification of a research problem. And I have seen there are many, they don't spend even 6 hours also. Sometimes things are available ready-made. So this is number 1. And research, in your first chapter, you should write something that how one arrives at the problem, justification of the problem. Now, when you say the problem, I will say that you have to select a significant problem. And in defense, you can say that it is significant, that is always there. Nobody will say that there is his or her problem is not significant. That only others will decide. It's very difficult. But in defense, I have seen people talking about that. So what I mean by this, that I would like to say, this point, this 3 points should be clearly defined here. Number 1, does it make difference in the clientele care? Does it make difference in the clientele care? Now in clientele care means here, if it is, you are dealing with the classroom teaching, after that particular research, is there any change? Or offline and online, if your study is online, is there any change? Do you suggest something? So does it make a difference in the clientele care? Students are our clients. This is more particularly with the other discipline. I know that it may be more suitable to agriculture. It may be more suitable to business. It may be more suitable to pharmaceutical industries and less in education. But anyway, we have to see that does it make any difference in clientele care? Is there any change? We have series of studies on program learning material. What is the change? It has never entered to the classroom. When Professor Buch classified the surveys, I think in the 3rd survey, there was a report on educational technology. And he has classified some 120 studies in that. And out of 120 studies, I have seen that 80 studies were pertaining to the program learning material, what we call in short is PLM. And out of these 80 studies, majority, you can say 75 plus studies have proved that program learning is significantly better, far better than other conventional medias. That is conventional here is the teaching learning method which is going on. So that's what they say, but it has never entered to the classroom. I don't know in India, is there any school who are using program learning material? I will be most happy for that. So this is number 1. Second, does it add to professional knowledge or the practice? When you say, of course, you will not be able to say when you write in the chapter 1, is the problem significant? You have to simply theoretically justify that, okay. So does it add to the professional knowledge of the practice? And third, does it support the theory? Now there are theorizations also in the field of education. It's motivational theories, then skill theories, soft skill theories, those we have arrived at. So can we say that our study will support particular theory? That hypothetically you have to state. At the end, when you write your discussion, you can write, right? So this is number one. So is the problem significant? We should write that how it is significant. It will, you can say that it will contribute to the existing fund of knowledge, whatever it is. Third one, is the problem feasible? That you will realize after 3 years only when you start PhD, whether it is feasible or not. Feasible, that is also not stated. Means, is it feasible with respect to time? Is it feasible with respect to the place where you are working and the data from where you want to collect? Then equipments. In education, we have not to bother about the much equipments. Tools are there. And nowadays, we are fortunate that ready-made tools are also available. A very, very danger part of it. Ready-made tools are also available. And availability of the subjects, whether subjects are available. Now, in this online age, after 2-3 days, we receive one link that, sir, this is the Google link. I have prepared something. You respond to it. I don't know how I have been selected as a sample. I don't know. I don't know rest of the things, but I have to fill up. So to me, it appears it's unethical. So feasibility is in terms of the time, because I have seen there are many scholars, they take maximum 8 years I have seen, because I was the vice chancellor and I have permitted to 2 students after 6 years also. At that time, rule was that up to 6 years, university administration will permit you. And in the special power, vice chancellor has a special power. So he will be giving 2 years extension. So I have given. So it continues up to 8 years. But they should not write this, that I had a research experience of 8 years. That is another policy and another error. If someone says that I have 8 years of research experience, absolutely illogical. So time-wise, place-wise, some places you won't get all the books. That if I say, do you have a Creswell? Do you have a Creswell of 2007 and 2011? Do you have UV Flick? Do you have mixed method from Creswell? Do you have a case study, Robertin, YIN? So sometimes at some places, these books are not available. In university department, it is there, but some colleges where undergraduate programs are going on, I think the preference is not for these books. So availability of the books, equipments, we don't require any equipments, but the science laboratories, medicine laboratory, pharmaceutical laboratories, all these things required, right? And availability of the subject, because entire your generalization is based on that. So lots of damage here. If subjects are not available readily, easily, they do not cooperate. So this is with feasibility. So 2 points you can remember, that your problem should be significant and it should be feasible. Feasible you can decide. Suppose I would like to give my own example. When in 1982, I presented my research proposal in Sardar Patel University, where Professor Lokesh Kaul, Professor Head and Dean, Department of Education, Faculty of Education, he was there as an expert. And after my presentation, he said, Kothari ji, ये research करते समय आपको 10 साल लगेगा. You will take 10 years to complete this research. And ये सब बाल निकल जाएंगे. You all hairs will go. I said, how? Then he suggested the ways and means. So here, what is my implication? That now there are enough opportunities of consulting. Otherwise, there are guides, they don't allow to consult to the other guides. You should not go and meet him. He is not good. This type of attitude. Open climate is not there. Closed climate is there. So now UGC has promoted, I think when, in 11 July 2009, this was promoted that now there will be a committee and there will be a presentation. So at least in this presentation, we take the things positively, then you can save the time. And then he suggested, Professor Lokeshwar suggested me only this thing, that these variables you want to take. So it is better that you control these variables and things will be all right. And this a single line suggestions and a 2 lines comment that you will take 10 years was solved within it. And I followed this. And I think in 85 October, I got the degree. And if I do not any mistake, my examiner was from Annamalai only. My examiner was also from Annamalai only. I forgot the name, right? So problems will be significant. It should be feasible. Feasible, I said, that time, place, equipment, availability of the subject, because there are places where to whom to consult. That's also a difficulty. Many times it's very difficult at whom to consult. Suppose at this age I ask someone and he said, oh, you have guided 25 PhDs and you don't know this. This type of comment will come. So in the department also, there should be someone with whom you can openly discuss. I know I had a student other day, he asked me, he is also PhD, he's working with a college. He said, how old tools should be used? How old tool should be used? I said, are you checking my knowledge? You really want to get the information? He said, both. Then I said, okay, you open Creswell 2011, open page number 158 and read last third line and you will get the answer. He said, sir, you are correct. Whenever you are checking my knowledge. But I was happy that someone who is at least helping us, that 5 years to old tool, that's enough. Not beyond that we should use. Anyway, this is not the topic here. Is the problem feasible? So feasibility means there should be some enough people to discuss, enough students available. At least the department where I was working, earlier there were 400 people working at a time for PhD. They were all teacher fellow. They were getting good scholarship, good money from the University Grant Commission. All 400 were not available at a time, but at least 100 were available. Others maybe for data collection, data analysis. And as a consequence, we have a researchers forum. We have a researchers forum now also. Every Saturday at 3 o'clock, all researchers who are available at the center, they will meet, they will discuss anything. But priority is to the research proposal. They will prepare the candidate will prepare the research proposal. It will be fully discussed more than 2 hours, single proposal. And then it goes to further, that open seminar, what we call now UGC language, 11 July 2009, that we say. Then they discuss anything, say new education policy has come, then they will discuss that also. Sometimes they will take the tools only, that okay, these are the tools, instead of sending it to so many experts, when at least 2 dozen scholars are sitting here, why not to take their advice? So that is also there. So open climate should be there. That's what I said, that the feasibility. And that's not possible. Nowadays, I have seen, we are always working in the closed climate. You can criticize me, I have no objection, because I have seen many colleges and many universities. Then whenever you select the problem, is the problem an educational issue? Because one of our education ministers said that whatever the issues you are selected, they are not at all helpful to the education people. What to do? A single issue had come in 1986 policy, National Policy of Education, NPE. There was one thing, academic staff college will be open. Academic staff college. Earlier we used to call ASCs. Now name has changed, HRDCs. Now I don't know, but as many as 64 staff colleges are there. Some of them are not working properly, but most of the 50 colleges are working very nicely. Now their main function is to provide, now they call induction program. Earlier it was a 28 days orientation programs. One who joins the university or college as a lecturer and now assistant professor. It is compulsory 28 days into 6 hours. Then refresher course. If you have completed your probation, then you will go for the refresher. in orientation, there will be a heterogeneous group. Here in this group will be, of course, in many aspects, it is heterogeneous. But here, at least people from education, people from botany, people from zoology, they will come. And for that 21 days program will be there. Of late, they have started for non-teaching also. Registrars, deputy registrar. Now, hardly how much they have spent, you know. If you want, you can find out that how much is the requirement for the building, how much staff is required there, how much books is required, laboratory and everything, ICT lab into 54. And then one staff is invited, a faculty, because there is some provision that faculties are invited from outside, 3-4 faculties outside state. Then you calculate that TA, DA, and everything, and you put an expenditure. And from this you see, is there any improvement in our classroom teaching at the undergraduate level or postgraduate level? What's its impact? Of course, nobody will do. A PhD scholar will not be able to do, because this is an entire India base, and simply the sum of 1 or 2 colleges you can take and generalize. I don't like that. Anyway, so it should be an educational issue. Whether mass promotion should be given to class 10. No. But by the time you complete the study, they will be enjoying mass promotion. There your concern for the problem, your concern for the problem. Then controversy. This also should be justified. So this is all about the selection of the research problem. Your problem, whatever you have selected, it should be significant, it should be feasible, it should arrive at some societal solutions. You should try to, because that is the purpose of research. What is the purpose of research? 3 points I would like to put before that: to solve the problems in the field. If you are in education, we will say we want to solve the problems in the field of education. Second, to generate knowledge. We want to generate knowledge which will be helpful to the future students, teachers, administrators. And third, to establish the relationships among the variables. N number of variables are there. Stress is one variable. Now, how many variables that affect the stress? Commitment is one variable. How many variables they affect? Achievement at the school level. How many variables that affect? So this is what we are supposed to do, right? So this is number one. Now, one problem or one caption I tell them to write. Some of them appreciate them, but I specifically put specification of a research problem. Wherever you put chapter 1 or 3, I have no objection. But at the end of the chapter, there will be a specification of a research problem. Because in research problem, there are n number of things which perhaps reader will not be able to understand. You will understand because it is your problem. So you have, and I have seen, I will give you one example. I have not understood them for anything. Unfortunately, it is from your state only. So don't criticize. I will read the statement of the problem. Mathematics, mathematics proficiency, moral values, social desirability, mathematics performance, interpersonal relationships, correlates of scholastic performance among rural and urban boys and girls of 9th standard belonging to Tamil Nadu Board of Secondary Education. This is a problem. It was awarded a degree also. But still today I read, I could not get the things. Whether whatever you want to study should be included in the statement of the problem. There are differences of opinion. There are no proper guidelines available. It is just left to your defense and your discretion and your guide's discretion. So this is the problem, that errors. Specification of research problem, I mean, after you write a statement of a problem, you write objectives of the study. Research question, if needed, then hypothesis of the study, definition of the certain variables, specification of variable if needed. Otherwise, it can be included in the definition only. And delimitations of the study. No limitation. I said delimitation. These steps, 5 steps, I think if you can, I will repeat. Objectives, hypothesis, definitions, and delimitations. Research questions, it is up to you. So this is what is known as specification of a research problem. If there is no clarity there, suppose I started with another problem, and investigation into efficacy of different instructional media in teaching of mathematics. Now, what do you mean by different instructional media? You have used 4 media. Someone said you write down in title itself. I said, no, that's not advisable. Title will look so, not so decent. So here you can compromise that I will not write here. But when I will write my objective, things will be clear. The moment I write that to study the effectiveness of multimedia over traditional method of teaching in mathematics, that's all. 2 media has already appeared in one objective. One is multimedia, another is conventional method or traditional method. You write second objective. You write third objective. And by writing objectives, while reading the objectives, there is a clarity that this gentleman, this researcher is using multimedia, he is using branching style program, he is using audiovisual material, and all these 3 were compared with the traditional method of teaching. That's clear. He's working in mathematics. So sometimes you write, you don't write. But when you specify the problem, that is what known as the specification. It's not clearly discussed by many authors, but there was one author who is not now properly read also by many, Travers, RMW Travers. Uniqueness of the problem. In that caption he was writing. So you should write your research, objectives. There is another dilemma, whether objectives and research questions both we should write. I don't know, in UV Flick somewhere, if I don't make any mistake, 376 pages, there is an entire chapter on that. But what people do, they write objective first, and then same objectives are converted into a question form. Question form. It does not add to the specification. So in this case, I straightway say, don't write research question. I have seen there are studies, they have written only research questions, especially in qualitative research. They have not gone for the objectives also. And one study I read, I think that was UK study. He has 4 questions, and all 4 research questions require different methodology. So in single chapter, he has not done. Question 1, entire description of that, its methodology and everything, and finally concluded all the findings there. That was also there. But then he has not written any objective. So I leave it to your discretion whether you have to write, but don't repeat and don't do that illogical things that all objectives you put in that English, what we call interrogative sentence. Don't put it there. I have seen, I had an experience of at least examining 215 PhD studies. So from that I have seen, and from that I have designed this paper. So you write objectives, hypothesis, and then there is a question that what hypothesis? Should I go for research hypothesis? Should I go for a null hypothesis? That is left to you and your justification. If there are enough evidences that multimedia is far, far better, that is the role of review. You have to go through review before that. Reviews can be done 3 times. Identification of problem while writing the thesis and while discussing the thesis. But the discussion of findings is never done in many theses. Out of 100 theses, I think 90 people will not discuss the findings. There also it is required that somebody says that multimedia is far, far better, and in my study it has not come. So that justification can be given. Anyway, let's not go for that. But which hypothesis you have to write? Null, directional, whatever it may be. That is left to you and your guide. Right. So then no clarity of the variables. Independent variables, dependent variables. Once I wrote one remark in one thesis, and there was a great chaos in the campus that how he can write that. Somebody said age and caste and all this, they were treated as a independent variable. I said, I do not agree to this. He said, what do you call them? Then naturally, you have to give some justification So I shared that there is one book by Donald Ere Rizavi, and there was some gentleman, I forget his name, third name, from Iran, educational research, a book. On page 31, he said that these are organismic variables. Caste is there, you born with the caste, of course that is not correct. Then something else that is already there with you, where you belong, area and all other things. This cannot be independent variable. So classification of variables, which are independent variables, which are dependent variables, which are control variables, which are extraneous variables, which are intervening variables, and how they have been controlled. This can be done, of course, in the design section, but here I want the clear-cut definition. People write definitions. People write operationalize. See, all variables cannot be operationalized. Remember, you say multimedia. What do you mean by multimedia? This can be explained. And in this section, you are not supposed to write any theoretical definition. What you have done, according to you, what do you mean in your thesis about multimedia? You can take the help of the theoretical definitions, theory, but you can say, here you can say that program learning material was developed in the Gujarati language. It was developed based on the Skinner's principle, and that's all. Linear style program was developed. So it is very clear. And it was in mathematics, so and so chapter. So things will become very clear. Multimedia. So you can say here more than one, for teaching of one unit. For teaching of one unit, more than one media were utilized. A well synchronization was done here. And that was used as a multimedia. For some people, they use more than one media, that is also multimedia, but in one unit, more than one unit, more than one media, that puts up. So here, a clear-cut definition. And these definitions I will call, they are called explanation of the terms, not operationalization. They are called explanation of the terms. I hope you are clear. And second, operationalization of the term. So when you say definition of the terms, there are two types. One is operationalization of the terms, and another is known as explanation of the terms. The terms which you can explain with reference to your thesis, and that meaning could not be there in other theses also. Somebody can copy. It is a thesis-specific definition. And what is operational definition? Okay, there are certain variables which we can measure. Commitment can be measured. Stress can be measured. So how will you measure commitment? So here you can say that I have selected 5 areas for measurement of the commitment as given by Professor Ravindra Dave, UNESCO Institute of Education, Germany. They are commitment for self, commitment for student, commitment for society, commitment to achieve basic human values, and commitment to achieve excellence. So I have taken this, and based on that, I have developed. And whatever the score they are getting on the scale, that will be reflected as a commitment of a teacher. So this will be my operational definition. Stress. So I have started giving the definition of stress, that I have taken particular author's definition, or these components were identified, special sentences were prepared on that day, and a total stool of 50 items was there, and its total score will reflect the stress. Achievement. In the present study, achievement means a teacher has used or researcher has used an achievement test, self-made test, and the total score obtained on that, that will be an achievement. SES, socio-economic status. So what is socio-economic status? So a test designed by Kupuswamy in so and so year, and its total score will indicate the socio-economic status of the society or whatever. So there are certain variables which can be measured. So those measurable variable, for them you can write the definition, which I will call it as an operationalization of the term. 3 I have already used: achievement, I have said stress, commitment. Somebody has done perception also, but how you define perception? That is very much important. theoretical definition you can give somewhere else in the same thesis. But in specification of problem, that so far as achievement is concerned, this is my definition. So far as multimedia is concerned, this is my explanation of the terms. So that needs to be done. So there should be a clarity, but this clarity is not found, and that is an error. Delimitation and limitation. Limitation is a very broad word. If you, I don't know, how do you like the book by Best and Khan? Now, the third author has also come in, Best and Khan, now of late. But he said that limitation is broad word, but delimitation means your boundaries are there, but within boundary also sometimes you will not be able to reach, right? So that also you should clearly write. And some people, recently somebody said that she was doing some research for cooperative learning for 9th standard. And she has not written 9th standard in the title. So I said, why? What is wrong if you write? Then he said, some expert said that you write secondary schools. What do you mean by secondary school? 9th and 10th standard only. Then you write in delimitation that present study is only for 9th standard. To me, it appears it is illogical. If you are conducting study on 9th standard, you can put it 9th standard there only. And if it is written there, then it should not appear in delimitation that this study is limited to 9th standard. No, it is already there in the statement of a problem, right? But suppose you have selected some units, then you can write that in the entire textbook was not considered, but these 5 chapters were considered for the development of cooperative learning. So these 5, if you have not written in the statement of a problem, then that will become your delimitation. So after reading delimitation, even if a third party is clear with your statement of a problem, that is known as specification of a research problem. It should be well done. So there are so many errors here I have seen. Before 1 month only, I have examined one thesis, and 22 such points were identified by me, errors. So this should not happen. You should be very clear. Use objectives properly. Use hypothesis. If you feel that I should write null hypothesis, you must be ready with your justification, definitions, operational definition, plus explanation of the terms. If it is an experimental design, you say that this study is using this as a dependent variable, this as an independent variable, these variables have been controlled. So this is how you have to do. So this is, we commit the errors here also, that specification of research problem is not properly done. Next point is strong rationale or justification. That is not done. Strong justification. In one university, A-grade university, they are writing 3 things: importance of the study, justification of study, and need of the study. Of course, I consulted the English people and I said, what is the difference? So far as educational research is concerned, what is the difference? Or social science research is concerned, what is the difference between need, importance, and justification? Then at least at our department, we had come to a single word. We write rational, R-A-T-I-O-N-A-L-E. We write rational. And rational will answer your why, W-H-Y. Why this study you have taken? You have taken some study in Chennai only. You want to study the commitment of secondary school teachers in Chennai only. So you can justify that why Chennai was selected. Whether such studies are not available, whether the people in Chennai are highly committed, or teachers in the Chennai are highly committed, some justification should be there. And here, a review of related literature will help you. How? That I will tell you. Strong rationale means why, W-H-Y. Why should be written. If you have selected secondary schools only, why? If you have selected Chennai only, why? If you have selected this variable, gender and experience of the teacher, why? This should be justified properly in a 1 page, and that is more than a rest, right? Here you can take help of review of related studies. How? We will come to it. So many researches, they report need, significant, important. So all these 3 Instead of that, only use one word and that should answer why. That's all, right? So this is a deficiency or error which is committed. Now come to the review of related literature. Whenever researcher comes, first question he asks, sir, how many reviews I should do? I said, there is no rule. How many reviews I should do? There is no rule. Whether I should go over 50, whether I should go with 100, whether I should go for 500, I don't know. I think before 10 years, I come across that more than 11,000 studies were submitted in PhD in education. More than 11,000 studies in education. That's long back when 6 survey had come. Otherwise, every year, how many studies are reported? I know that in 2017 and 18, this data I'm getting from All India Survey of Higher Education. In 2017-18, science, there were 19,000 studies were submitted. Social sciences, where education will come, 18,000 studies were submitted. And in commerce, 4,493 studies were submitted. So overall, 34,000 studies were, 34,400 studies were submitted for the award of PhD degree. So on an average comes like this. In 2011-12, it was 21,000. I will not go to the minute details. 23,000, then 23,000, 21,000, 24,000, 28,000 in 16-17, and 17-18, it has increased like anything. 34,000 studies have been submitted. Right? So review of related literature, out of them, suppose you are doing on program learning. Now nobody does on program learning. People feel that it is old because we have proved that it is significantly good. Then there are many studies. Do you think that you will like to quote all 80 studies? Now there are two ways and there are two views by the guides. Some guides say that of late, last 10 years, whatever the latest there, and latest means last 10 years were conducted, you detailed out that. Detailed out that. And remaining, you can just have a some sort of a, what is the word? A summary can be taken up for that. But it should be in your knowledge that first study in program learning was in 1964 by Madhuri Shah, formerly the director of UGC, chairman of University Grant Commission. You should know this. You don't write entire things. You can say that these studies were there, this many variables were there. For that, you can write the paragraph. And for last 20 studies, you can have a paragraph of that. That is how it is to be written. So what are the errors committed in review of related studies? Don't use the word literature. So not comprehensive. Many times you don't know. India mein hua hai, pata hai, bahar kya chal, what is going on outside India, we don't know. And sometimes it so happens that thesis is of 200 pages, but out of them 150 pages are for review only. 150 pages are for review only. When to review? I said review can be done 3 times. To identify the research problem, for writing the thesis second time, and while going for the discussion. That, oh, everybody says that program learning is significantly better. And in my result, it is not coming out. So you have to explain that. You have to explain that. That part will be discussion. Right. Anyway, we will not discuss that at length. But now another question, which studies are, the word is related. The word is related studies. What do you mean by related studies? The question had come in 1990. A scholar from Sri Lanka wanted to do some study on minimum levels of learning. And that appeared at that time only in 1986 policy, minimum levels of learning. One sentence was there in entire policy. Minimum levels of learning will be established at all levels will be established. That was the only thing, nothing more than that. Before that, I think in one document in 1974, minimum learning outcome was used by NCERT. So now he said, sir, which review I should do? I was also beginner researcher. I said, what is MLL? He said, sir, I'm very clear, I have read it. And I said, what is that? Tell me. So in mathematics, all the learning outcomes were listed using Bloom taxonomy. Learning outcomes were, and what was written in class second? Student will be able to use two-digit number. Add. Student will be able to add two-digit number whose answer is not less than, not more than 99 without carry forward. See how much is the simplification. Two-digit number, 41 plus 44. Numbers, answer should be less than 99. No carry forward. It's not 41, 45 plus 46. Then carry forward will come. So no without carry forward. And whose sum is less than 99. Another two-digit number with carry forward less than 99. So like there, in one competency, they have labeled this as a competency, minimum levels competency. So there were 4 items. So I said, what you are measuring then? He said, sir, I'm measuring almost achievement. And then here is the answer, related studies. So in mathematics, wherever studies are conducted with respect to achievement, you take that and prove it. Wherever diagnostic studies are conducted, diagnostic test is used, do it. So this should be at our discretion, how to do it, right? So which are the related studies? You have to answer this and you have to justify with your own defense, right? But sometimes what people do, error committed, in the first para of that, they will write about the importance of review of related studies. 1, 2, 3 pages they will write, copy down either from the John Best, either from the Sufia El Malhotra or C.R. Kothari or Creswell or Borg and Gall, but they will write down. I owe them that don't do this. This is already there. What you have done in this chapter, that you write and how you have classified, not beyond that. So the comment is there, importance of the review, don't write that. Everybody knows. So we should not write importance of that. And that too, 2, 3 pages, that should not be there. And second thing, error in the review is heavily relied on secondary source. Now, of course, Sodhaganga is the best source. Google is the best source. Internet helps a lot. So everything you will get at hand only. But in my time, I know I have traveled to Pune, I have traveled to Mumbai, I have traveled to Surat, I have traveled to Baroda, I have traveled to Ahmedabad for getting the study. Why? I want the original thesis only, right? Otherwise, what we'll do? Somebody has referred my study in his thesis, and you will cut, copy, paste that only. That is a secondary source. So earlier, Dr. Booth's survey of research, he has conducted, I think up to 6 we have gone. First was from Baroda Center of Advanced Study in Education. Second was from the residence of Dr. Booth, SARD, which also people write very wrong. OV case, that is also published from case. No, it is SARD, Society for Educational Research and Development. That is the official residence of Professor Booth. From that he has published. Third onwards were from NCERT. So in publication also we write wrongly. Anyway, so now you can straightway go for the Sodhaganga, and that you cannot say it is secondary, it is a primary source anywhere available. So these are the errors committed in review and issues, right? Right. So after review, of course, I will not go to the steps of the review, right? But after review, what is needed? I have seen many theses that they write Kothari 1985, then they write Jacob 1987. Somebody will write that Parandani 2015, and then put a full stop. What is your concluding para? If you are writing and putting this, this is known as filler. I think which author is using this word? F-I-L-L-E-R. This is simply known as the filler. You should conclude. How to conclude? There are people, they say that how my study is different from that. Okay, that could be one idea. But what I want to say from this is you have to identify research gaps. Remember, you have to, don't write a caption of research gaps at the end. Don't write implications of the study. Write a para, single para, maybe 2-3 pages, 1 page. There is no limit to it. But you identify the research gaps. That how many studies have been reviewed. Suppose teaching of mathematics, they have used various medias. So you can say that, sir, many of them have used program learning material. Majority of them have used linear style program. Hardly there is anyone who has to branching style program. I don't know. I have gone through. There are only 2 students who have used branching style program. One was guide and another was the student. Both of them have, right? Otherwise, there is no study. So this is research gap. That focus one on linear programming. Right? Otherwise, branching style is a very good thing. How to write learning outcomes, objectives. I read a book by Robert Megger. Only 62-page book is available. Robert Megger. Very nice book. Anyway, that is not a question here. So, suppose you have you have listed 50 studies. How you have listed? What is the focus? What are the objectives? Which methodology they have used? Which samples they have used? So 2 questions mainly you have to answer. What has been done so far? Remember, what has been done so far? And what needs to be done? What needs to be done? What they have done? So they have used, and here in this question, where, when, how, and why. What has been done? Where? Year-wise, geographical also, time-wise also. That okay, first study was conducted in 64, last study was conducted in 80, right? Like that you can write the range that this study spread over this. Where these studies were conducted. Then you can say studies were conducted in most of the India and other states also, outside also, right? They have used this. Then when, where, how, what they have done. Whether they have developed their own material, for which topic, in which language, in which style, and what needs to be done. So what needs to be done means you can say that, okay, there is no study. I think I said 2 studies in branching style, but there was one more program also by Dr. Ayu Trivedi. He has also his branching style study. But most of all these 3 studies were in mathematics only. So this is a research gap. That and out of 120 studies in the program learning, only 3 studies are focusing on the branching style program. All other are in linear style program only. That is Skinner's philosophy. They have conducted almost out of 120 studies, 90 studies were in the primary only. Out of this 120, majority of this, that is 100 studies were in, you can say, in regional language only. So this is how you are identifying the research gaps. And you can say these are pretty old studies. After that, syllabus has been changed and it requires new program. And that's why we have done. Now we have proved that program learning is significantly better. If some good programs are developed, they are of immense use in this pandemic, in COVID-19 1 year. These private publishers, they don't know how to prepare. Otherwise, they could have published both the ways. Those who say that we don't have a facility of internet, okay, take it, get the hard copy, read it, and respond it, because there are tests also at the end. And those who say we have internet, send them directly to their link, and they will study from that. So both the things will be happen. But we will not able to take the advantage of this program learning. We are not able to take that. That's the thing, right? So how to organize. There are chapters and chapters. Now I think Creswell, you know, Creswell is a well-known author, 2007, 2011. After that also there may be book, but I don't have that. But how to organize an abstract, how to write. We simply write Kothari. We don't write Kothari RG. Simply Kothari 1985. There are two Kotharis, Kothari 1985 in the same year, Kothari 1985A, Kothari 1985B. We don't write the full report, full name, Kothari Ramesh Chandra Ji and all, because there are many things which come across. To illustrate, I had a friend from Tamil Nadu. His name was Babu Thomas. He was my colleague. And once in the morning assembly, he delivered some lectures. Then I said, I'm thankful to Mr. Thomas. Oh, then he said, Kothari, you are thanking my father. And well, how? He said, Babu is my name. And Thomas, I thought that whenever Ramesh Kothari, Kothari becomes the surname. So I was using that generalization. He said, no, Thomas is my father. So in such cases, you have to be very careful. I also committed that error. Taba, Taba, Taba. You know, Hilda Taba is well-known author in the field of curriculum development. Wrote a nice book in 1962. So we write Taba H, Taba H, Taba H. That is not correct. Taba was her husband. Taba was her husband. So we are acknowledging his husband, not Taba. So in such case, what to do? How to write reference? Then we should go to the Hilda Taba only. Then how she used to write the reference of her. Then we have to use that. That is our discretion. So that's what we are supposed to do. Anyway, that's a bit we have gone beyond. But how to organize? So don't write the full name, only surname, but justify that this is surname. The error I committed for Taba, it is Hilda Taba. So in such case, you can write the Hilda 19. And even I was not knowing that who is Hilda. Hilda is he or she. But once Professor Buch, he said, Ramesh, Hilda died. I said, which Hilda? And he said, you are always shouting, Taba, Taba, Taba. So Taba was her husband and Hilda that died. So this error should be avoided. Surname in bracket, year, and full length reference at the end. Remember, full length reference at the end. If it is primary, accordingly, if it is secondary, this is. So this is what is known as a review. Length and abstract should be also similar. Right? Don't write at one where you are getting 2 pages, so you write 2 pages, somewhere you are getting 5 lines. That should not be there, right? So only 2 questions you have to answer in review. What has been done so far, how, when, where, right? And what needs to be done. If this is answered, that's fine, right? But normally review is done very hurriedly. It's not comprehensive. Sometimes we make use of sampling and methods. Sometimes we don't know the methods. Right? We don't read the entire thesis. We just copy paste. No uniformity in writing. All authors you have quoted, that should be there at the end. And it should not rely heavily on the secondary source, right? Then coming to the methodology. Now time is also coming to end. Methods and methodology. I think there are books, they also create confusion about the methods and methodology. Methodology is broad term. Method is method of research. Which method you have used? You can say I have used survey. Within survey, which survey you have used? Whole survey, cross-sectional survey. What survey you have used? Achievement survey, right? So that needs to be specified. But there are people, they will write importance of survey and all other things. Those things which are already available in the books, don't put it there. That will go to plagiarism. So you say survey, I have used this survey, and your justification, why this survey is there, right? So which method? Little bit justification should be there. Then population and sample. Majority of the people, they don't write population. I don't know why. Majority of the people, they don't write population. I said population with number you should write. I want to study the commitment of teachers, secondary school teachers in state or in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu. So I should find out what is Chennai. How many schools are there, secondary schools are there, and how many teachers are there. I will write that, okay, there are 22,599 teachers are there in secondary. I should write, that is my population. But there are people, all teachers of the secondary school. No, I do not agree with that. There are reasons also. I was trying to search for that book. In one book I have read, but then I forgot because it can't be UV Freak. I was thinking I have read in the UV Freak, or the best book is rather Cochrane, but that also I could not find. But finally, while referring to some Gujarati book, he said it should be clearly indicated with size, because sometimes you will say 10%. So 10% of what? If you have written all teachers. Now, what do you mean by all teachers 10%? But if you have written that 20,000 10%, oh, that is possible. So that's why I say that population should be clearly stated. Chennai, I will add to it that map of Chennai should also be there in appendix. That this is Chennai and this many schools are there and total of this many teachers are there with size, figure. And from that, so population size is not reported, that is an error. Then they write that 4,000 teachers or 4,500 teachers were selected. How? They don't write. That is the great mistake. And on the simple ground, the thesis should be rejected, must be rejected. Why? Because ultimately, what you are trying to study, whether you are going for a probability sampling or non-probability sampling. Because a probability, then your statistics will be different. It is non-probability, then data analysis technique will be different. So it should be very clear that what you are talking. Probability, then you write which probability. Are you going for randomization? Are you going for stratification? Are you going for clustered sampling? Are you going for systematic sampling? Are you going for multi-stage sampling or multi-phase sampling? Very clearly it should be indicated, right? But that is not done by many. And it is not a fault of students. I said it is a fault of teachers, guide. They should draw this attention. Otherwise, so no clarity on this probability. Sample size, there is always a big question on the sample size. Whenever time is over, someone can stop me. The organizer can tell me, because there is no end to this. Sample size, and there is a typical joke almost in all social science research. Sir, what should be the sample size? Then people say, what are you doing? Say, I am doing masters. Okay, then go for 200. Someone says, I am going for the master of philosophy, then go for 500. And someone says, I am going for PhD, then go for 1,000. Absolutely illogical. Absolutely illogical answer. I do not agree to this. So for sample size also, there are n number of factors that how heterogeneous it is, how heterogeneous is the sample, what is the standard error of mean, nobody bothers for that. They teach in MEd, but they never teach. The standard error of mean, sigma x bar is equal to standard deviation upon square root n. So standard error of mean is directly proportional to standard deviation. So whenever a group is quite heterogeneous, standard deviation is more. And when standard deviation is more, standard error of mean is also more. And standard error of mean we should try to reduce. A simple book you can refer sometime, get it page. Roughly you can go for page 200 to 236 page, you will be available. These things will be available. Henry Garrett. I think not 200, page 197 only you will get it. That, how much should be the sample? And it is reciprocal, that is standard error of mean is inversely proportional to size of the sample. As size of sample increases, standard error of mean is reducing, right? So don't go for a sample size without any justification. Number one justification, which people never bother. I have seen many theses, but they don't bother, they don't know that how much error you want, acceptable error. What is error? Error means the difference between statistic, not statistics. S-T-A-T-I-C. Don't put S, statistic and parameter. These are the two words. An entire game of this research is between these two words only. On all quantitative studies, they are from statistic to parameter. You try to select the samples, you try to calculate something, mean, median, and mode for that sample, that is known as statistic. And from these statistics, now you apply inferential statistics and generalize about the parameter, estimating the parameters. You have seen that the commitment level of teachers in Tamil Nadu or in Chennai has come to 195. That is your statistic. From that, you want to generalize. So for that, you will use inferential statistics and you will get something. You will get a range that I want 1% difference, 1% error. This nobody knows. I'm sorry to say, don't try to challenge me, but 1% error. And I would like to go for a 95% level of confidence. 95% level of confidence means if same experiment is repeated 100 times, 95% I will get the same result. So there are equations, and there is one book also. I think Cochrane is the good book. If you have no book of the Cochrane, then local author is also there, Satish Prakash Shukla from Gujarat University. He has written in 2018. When the cost of book is about 850, and on page 113 he has written this formula. So you put this and you will get the sample size. So whatever I said that I want 1% error, I will be working at 95% level of significance. Then the sample required is almost 486 or something. It doesn't come with a master degree or MPhil degree or PhD. Someone say, no, I don't agree. I want only 0.5% error, 0.5 error. I want to work at 99% level of significance. You know what will be the sample required? 2,600 and something. Now, where is the logic? If you want to work at 95% level of significance and 1% error, 400 and something, I don't know, I forgot the number. And if you want that, you want to go for 0.5%, 0.5% error between statistic and parameter, and 99 level of significance, then it requires 2,600 sample. That is the logic, and everyone should know this logic. Then only it is possible. And what we are doing, we test the hypothesis at 0.01 also and 0.05 also. That is also according to the CC logical. You say that 0.5% error and 99, that's all. Then you don't go for that. But we do it informally and we do logic without applying a logic, right? And this formula will not hold good when you are going for the correlational research. When you go for correlational research, this is not good. I have seen one thesis, he has taken 1,000 sample for correlation. I said that is absolutely no words for that. Absolutely illogical and wrong. Because the moment a sample size is 115 correlation, even a correlation of 0.64 will come significant. 0.064, sorry, which we call that there is no significant relationship. So in correlation, for that you can verify if you have a time. Again, you can go to a book by Garrett in 2006. And I think on page 201, if I am making, because publisher wise also it changes, but on page 201 you will get the sample size for correlation. So if somebody is working with a sample of 1,000 in correlation, then you will not get that, right? So 150, of course, there are various sectors within that you can find out, but that is absolutely illogical, right? So this you should take care. Then there are people, they don't know the difference between small t and capital T. One of the theses right now I have seen, he has calculated T, small t, that is student's T test. The gentleman who was working for this T test was sentenced to the jail. And in jail, while he was sitting, he developed this particular formula. But his name was not allowed to use. That's why he said student T test. So that T is different and capital T is also different. But I have seen people, and my guides are also neglecting this part, I don't know. They write capital T. Capital T is different. 10Z plus 50 plus 10Z will be capital thing. And small t is M1 minus M2 upon square root, sigma 1 square upon N1 plus sigma 2 square upon N2. But I don't know, such errors are committed by the people in T and T also. Many times, assumptions are not checked. Under what situation I can say, I have taken a sample with randomization. Okay, then you can go for the t-test. But what is the data? Whether it is ordinal data, whether it is a nominal data, whether it is ratio data or interval data. So we don't bother this. Right. So when we go for a probability sampling, we can go for parametric test. So that T can be used. Even you are using ANOVA, analysis of variance, then also you should see sample should be done randomly. Size, that is the variation, should also be equal. All these things we should take care, right? And tools. I told that how old tools we should use, not more than 5 years. Who says? You can justify the Creswell says. Sometimes while preparing the tool, people send it to experts. I think hardly there are few sincere experts. They give some comments on that. Some people will say it's in charity. After 1 month, 2 months, they will send it with 1 or 2 remarks. And then students are also quite intelligent. What they do? While writing about the development of the tools, as per the suggestions of the expert, tool was revised. A global sentence I don't appreciate. As per the suggestions, what are the suggestions? You have to write that these 10 experts were there. Expert number 1 said that your sentence number 3 and sentence number 5 are almost similar. One sentence should be dropped. Someone will say that this does not fall with this particular criteria. So all 10 comments should be there, and accordingly what revision is done. And to prove this, you have to put in your appendix your tool part 1 and part 2. That is the final part. That in first tool, I have 70 items, but based on the revision, I had come to 63 items. So what should be there? But people don't do this. That is also unethical, right? So I won't go for that. But these are some of the errors which we commit in the research, and we can still continue for this. But if there are any questions or queries, we will take for 5-10 minutes, and then we will call it a day.
Great, Professor. It is a time to thank our resource person, Professor Dr. Ramesh Chandra Ji Kothari sir, former Vice Chancellor, for his thought-provoking presentation in this session on the topic errors committed in research. I proudly say that our professor has led the full of session with a more interesting and enjoyable one. I hope that all the participants would have received many new information and ideas related to overcoming the errors in future research. And I assure that they will get acquired knowledge in their working place also to make better research environment there. With a few words, on behalf of organizers of Department of Education, Annamalai University, All India Association for Educational Research, and International Forum of Researchers in Education, and the participants, we wholeheartedly thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir. Now I request the participants, please you can interact with this person by contact directly or send your questions through chat box. It is easy for the resource person to respond to your questions. Notes, clarification, or any question, please send to chat box or contact directly. Any question, please?
Sir, one question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You ask.
Sir, while writing the statement of the problem, in many theses, they used to write the title of the problem again. And
Again,
they are repeating the title under the statement of the problem. What is actually to be written as far as the statement of problem is concerned?
whatever you are writing on the first page of your study. I had one study here from Mumbai, a study of effectiveness of active learning in development of metacognitive skills among adolescents. This is the statement of a problem. Don't put it a title and everything. This is a statement of the problem. And nowadays, I think APA, American Psychological Association, they say investigation and study and all these things should also not be used. I have not read that because that is 2018. I had still 2014 document of APA. They say it is only effectiveness of active learning. A study, everybody knows that this is study only, PhD study. So a study and investigation, that also should not be written. And it should not be, whatever you write, statement of a problem, this only. Effectiveness of active learning in developing metacognitive skills among adolescents. That's all. Don't change it any n number of times. Don't say title and all that. This is title, this is statement of a problem.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Manikavatham sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Unable to hear you, sir. TM, sir.
Yes, madam. And through chat box, one participant has raised one question that his name is Anushri M. Nambiar. Actually, what he's asked in the quarantine period, we are getting data through the Google form. How can we trust the data given by these samples? It is chances for error. What will be the remedy for that? In such a disaster or quarantine period, we will get the data from the samples from Google form, and they are giving the data. How can we trust with the data given by the samples? What will be the remedy? Is possible to come over the error?
You are drawing it to the another dimension that is known as ethical consideration in research.
Yes, sir.
Now, there are no books available on ethical consideration, but John Best and Khan, he has one chapter on ethical consideration. So whether it is a Google or whether it is a non-Google offline mode, how people write that is very much important. When somebody is including me in his sample, with full confidence I should write. That this is a topic related to the ethics in research.
Yes.
So it should be ethically correct. But for that, how I had been included, it should be justified. That someone will say that, sir, I'm making a study on the problem faced by the students in online learning at the primary level. And I should justify that, why I am included. I'm not a primary teacher. I have not done anything. So that justification should be there. Okay, rest of the things, I don't know how you consider the Atma. Atma bolte hai na, you call Atma, soul. That is your soul. What does it say? Otherwise, there is no justification, nothing. Ethically, we should do it. We should be honest. That's all. There is no answer to it. But that is not happening. Unethical things are going on.
Thank you, Professor. Another participant whose name is Dr. K. Sudhakar is raised one question. Sir, what is the difference between need as well as significance of the study? We had a query that how can you combine these two keywords like that he asked.
I will say don't combine, don't separate it. You write only why this study was conducted. How will you label it? Why this study was conducted. You can call importance also, you can call need also, and you can call justification also. But put it in one word, and that's what I said is a rational. Why this study is conducted, why I have selected teachers from Chennai only, why I have selected secondary school teachers only. So you justify that. That's all. That's what I say. Otherwise, you can go to encyclopedia. You can find out the difference, technical difference between need and all other things. There are differences, but that is not my cup of tea. I only say why this study was conducted. And for that, we use the word rational. That's all. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your clarifications. Madam, please.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. T. Manikavasagam, Associate Professor, Department of Education, to introduce the next speaker, Professor E. Ram Ganesh from Bharadasan University. Sir, please.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Good evening to all. I am really very happy to introduce our great Professor Dr. E. Ram Ganesh, sir, resource person for this session, who is presently working as a director, Institute for Entrepreneurship and Career Development and Vocational Education, Bharadasan University, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, India. Actually, the area of specialization of SAR is educational technology, and SAR has served as an adjunct professor in UPSI, Malaysia, for 2 years in his professional career. SAR has also held with various positions in the university, named a registrar, finance officer, director of college and curriculum development, director of human resource development, nodal officer for constituent college of the university, and coordinator of research projects. SAR has published more than 85 research articles in the national and international journals in the Scopus and Web of Science, and it has published 15 numbers of books in various domains of education. At present, SAR has been serving as a reviewer, associate editor, and advisor for many reputed journals at a national and international level. SAR has also successfully completed 4 major research projects of worth about 1.6 crores of Indian rupee, and guided many numbers of PhD and MPhil scholars for their research works. SAR has also organized more than 25 seminars, symposium, workshop, conferences at a national and international level, and at present, SAR is the expert member in UGC, NAC, NCT of the Government of India. SAR has delivered more than 550 invited special lectures in wide topics of higher education in India and abroad. SAR has also received both national and international awards for his continuous contribution to the field of education. Such an excellent professor now is going to handle the session on how to publish in high-profile journals, and I hope that the participants can gain many useful information through this session. Thank you all. And now I request Dr. E. Ramaganesh sir to take over this session. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Manikavasam, for good words upon me.
Thank you, sir.
Distinguished organizers from Annamalai University, most respected resource persons from different parts of the country and other countries, my dear learned participants, faculty members, friends. Good evening to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be part of the International Summit organized by the Department of Education, Annamalai University, on the topic of the significance, quality concerns in educational research in India. I think it is very important for all of us to share our thoughts to improve our research inputs and outputs so that we would be able to address the global demands. That's very, very important. I think it is the need of the hour for all of us to put our mind back so that we would be able to improve our quality research, and we would be able to be identified by top level researchers across the world so that we would be able to improve our global citation index. Perhaps I would like to take a couple of seconds why this kind of summit, international summit, is important, because you have already listened to a couple of speakers, I think 3 very great speakers, outstanding speakers, and they have poured their ideas so that you would be able to concretize how you can go about towards quality educational research especially. Friends, when you just look at the statistics, global statistics, you would understand that we are able to contribute only 5.9% to global citation indexes. Whereas neighboring countries like China, they are able to contribute to 21% to global citation index, and we are able to contribute only 5.9 for about 6%. See, I don't say that quality research is not going on in India. As you all pretty well, we are able to come out with our potentials for finding a solution to COVID virus. Our collaborator thoughts, gave us values, ideals like Covishield and Covaxin, and we are able to supply to a number of countries. So good researches are going on, but still, I think we'll have to compete globally. That is very important. So that is the reason one idea which is popping up in all universities and higher education institutions, that you have to publish in top level journals, published in journals of Scopus cited, Scopus in text journals, or Web of Science, or Mendeley, something like that. I think it is very imperative that because we have to meet out the demands of the global, and we must be identified and this thing, and it is not our cup of tea to publish our thoughts in journals of high profile, especially arts and education or social sciences and humanities. It is not our cup of tea to publish our thoughts, or we are not able to rise up to the expectations of the journal of high profile, or we are not able to win the confidence of the journal of high profile. Many times I would say we have got adequate potential, we can write, but the thing is, many times we are not able to look at the expectations and themes of the high profile journals. That is the reason many times we are failure, including me. Therefore, I think what we are going to discuss would throw some light so that you can think of, publishing your thought in top level journals, how to get published in top level journals. That's very important. Why? Because we have to improve our global citation index. As far as my little experience is concerned, educational research has to play a vital role, pivotal role, because I think a famous quote says, teacher education is mother of all the professions. Therefore, we have to set a model. Educational research has to set a model so that the entire communities of the entire faculties like humanities and social science will have a lot to learn from educational research. So I think in that way, this international summit is more meaningful for all of us to learn ourselves about the recent developments so that we would be able to address the quality concerns in educational research. I always have high regards for Rutherford, especially for the matter of reason that he is a Nobel laureate. Such a great researcher, great teacher, who was able to make 11 of his students Nobel laureates. So what do we learn from Rutherford? I think the research supervisor, I think Professor Kothari rightly pointed out, and some of the guides are neglecting some of the important points, the difference between small t and capital T. So in that way, I think we have to have a very good communion, academic communion. What to say, holy communion or academic communion between the research supervisor and the scholar. Even identifying the journal which could really be relevant to your field of research is more important. Why? Because we have to identify the journal which has got readership. Sometime, nowadays, in Western countries especially, I think there must be some good ideals. We'll have to take it. So please don't be under the impression that I'm appreciating Western researchers, because we have got every potential. But still, as our great poet Paradi rightly pointed out, whatever the good thoughts you come across from anywhere, any part of the globe, you try to translate in Tamil. That's what he says. You take it. Nothing wrong in it. In that way, they have a beautiful philosophy. The philosophy is publish or perish. Publish or perish. Therefore, they do research when it is warranted. They publish article when it is warranted. But in India, if I am not mistaken, we publish for sake of publishing, including me. Why? Because I publish, because I have to improve my publications, but for my elevation. So this is the case. Sometimes I don't penetrate the needs of the society, because my society encounter quite a lot of problem. The knowledge what I have sometimes will be able to provide good solution to them. But it is quite unfortunate that I don't look at the problems encountered by my society. I may be a professor of educational technology, or I may be a professor of education or social science or science. And many times what happens is we are not able to go through the society, visit the society. See why I say I think I am relevant to my topic of my discussion today, how to get published in top level journals. What extent your article is meaningful? What extent does your article create a scene, make a difference? Does your article make a difference? That's very important. So in that way, now your article has to make the difference. How to make the difference? Your article must be meaningful, must be relevant to the scenario. I think Professor McKenney, Stephen McKenney, rightly pointed out responsible research. He said responsible research. So the educational research must be responsible research, means, he has given 6 key principles how to make your research responsible. So when you group all the 6 principles, you would understand your research must be meaningful. There is a beautiful saying of an Australian researcher, Bassey. He says, research is scientific, critical, self-critical inquiry which aims at the advancement of knowledge and wisdom. Advancement of knowledge and wisdom. Wisdom in the sense whether your research is translated into development. That we call translational research. So most of the top level journals, Taylor and Francis, Elsevier, Sage, Springer, American Psychologist, if you look at top level journals, even in Nature in Science, Photon, Neuron in Social Sciences, when you look at the expectations, they say your research must make the difference. Your research must be useful to the society. So if you look at the 6 principles key principles given by Dr. Stephen McKenney from Scotland, the research must be useful to the society. So in that way, but quite unfortunate, we don't penetrate the society. How Nobel laureates, if you look at Nobel laureates, they penetrate the problem. They visit the society. They visit the society. They talk to the society. They talk to the people. They visit the people. Normally, I call golden spiral. There is a golden spiral. For want of time, I may not be able to explain because I'm given only 45 minutes so that I can interact with you another 15 minutes when you ask me questions. So I would like to spare a couple of seconds for a golden spiral, which is not in the PPT. Visit the society and listen to them. Lend your ears to them. So when you lend your ears, then that would really give you ideas, or that would really make you understand whether you are relevant, your research is relevant to the present scenario. That's very important. So visit the people, listen to them, and then you develop an idea. You write a project or proposal, research proposal. Now you see, visit the society, listen to them, lend your ears to them, and then you write the proposal, your research proposal. That would be definitely, that would be able to provide solution to the problems encountered by them. See, premier institutes like IIT, IIM, and IASC, premier institutes and top universities in India, you know, they give a lot of liberties. They make students to be at their liberty to choose the topic of research. See, normally, I still remember when I was doing my research, my teacher, Professor S. Mohan from Alapa University, he made me identify a topic. It took 1.5 years. After writing I took 1.5 years to write a proposal, and then he asked me to fill the application for PhD research. So in that way, sometimes the research supervisor really matters. Both of them should not compromise. Even for publishing your thoughts, research thoughts in top level journals, both have to really play a vital role. You have to collaborate. A very good collaboration must happen. An academic collaboration must happen to have your academic miles in research. So academic mileage in research. So in that way, what I'm trying to say is visit the people, and then you see you have enough knowledge, you have adequate knowledge, you have enough knowledge to give them something. So this is what most of the top level journals expect. What extent this particular article is useful to the people. Otherwise, it is not considered. And most of the, I have been a reviewer for a number of journals. So this is the idea, because sometimes, I am one of the reviewers of British Journal of Education Technology. Your article is sent across to 3 reviewers from 3 countries, 3 different countries. So winning the confidence of the professors from 3 different countries, learned professors from 3 different countries, is not your cup of tea. It's not an easy task. So therefore, you have to do a lot of homework. That's very important. So with this introduction, for want of time, let us all remember the Rutherford, the great researcher, who could make all his students Nobel laureates. Because he is the Nobel laureate, he made all his students Nobel laureates. So such a quality research would have happened in his life. Now, author versus reader behavior, I think you have to understand. Look at author behavior. You as an author, perhaps you want to publish more, but your reader behavior, you see, they want to read less. Nowadays, you see, gone are those days. We were not able to, we were limited to leverage technologies as far as research is concerned. But now it is not the case. People start leveraging technologies now, high-level technologies. And there is one school of thought which laments because of all the entire information which are made available in the internet or website. Now the reading ability of the researchers have gone down. So this is one school of thought. But you see, we don't want to debate, but I'm just keeping you informed. Any reader now want to read less. So how, the fidelity is very important. How specific you are to make your readers understand your article as swift as possible. That's very important. And it is not a lengthy article, sometimes 10 pages, 12 pages. Who will listen? Who has patience to read all your article? Because they want to read less and understand your article. In such a way, you've got to be very specific and you've got to use a different language. I think you have to learn a very good language. You know, sometimes language plays a vital role. The apt word that you introduce, which really attracts the students to read, the researchers to read, or readers to read. This is the reader behavior. You know, peer review is essential here. For author behavior, you see the peer review is essential. As I told you, your article is sent across to 3 researchers in 3 different countries. And you see, other journal functions are very crucial. Now, because you know their expectations. Sometimes they want to follow you only APA. Sometimes certain journals will tell you you should not give more than 10 references. And they want, you know, wider dissemination because so many people have got to read. But here, for reader behavior, the browsing is crucial. The quality information is important now. So these are all the author versus reader behavior you must understand. I think while writing your article, you should think of the reader behavior also, which is very important because you have got to attract reader so that your article will have readership. So that kind of moral judgment you must have. I think it gives me impetus to remember the great saying of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. He used to say, one's ability to appreciate beauty is one's ability to make moral judgment, he says. One's ability to appreciate beauty is one's ability to make moral judgment. That's very important. So how, as a researcher, you know, you should not be reckless and you should not be complacent also. Why? Because you must have a lot of clarity. See, many times, you know, the one thing which I would like to insist upon, unless you look at the problem of existence, problems, you know, existing around you, problems encountered by your own society, and if you moot out research sometime, your research will be distancing from their wants, their needs, and your research may not be called as translational research. The translational research is very important. Another beautiful thing is you have got you know, beautiful platform to collaborate with any teacher of high profile, any researcher of high profile, any institution of high profile. So these were not available a couple of decades back, but you are really blessed. Anytime you see, you can just get in touch with researchers of high profile and you can get their ideas, you can collaborate with them and you can improve your thoughts. You can incorporate their thoughts in you. So in that way, you have got a beautiful platform right now. I think we have got to really make use of the platform what we are given. We are all blessed. That's what I would say. So therefore, it is your cup of tea sometime to publish your thoughts in high-profile journals because you can collaborate with people, but you need to have patience and you need to be committed. You need to be accountable. That's very, very important. Look at the differences, authors and readers. Authors are journal focused. Sometimes they choose some journals and they wanted to publish it. Our authors are, you know, they intend to publish in UGC CARE journals, Group 1 and Group 2. But readers are article focused. That's very important. Whenever you look at, you know, readers, especially researchers from Western universities, they don't bother about the journals, whether it is Scopus indexed or Mendeley indexed or Web of Science or Web of Knowledge or Taylor's and Francis. They don't look at it. They look at the quality of the article. That's very important. And how many of them How many of the high profile researchers cited your article? That's very important. How many of top level researchers cited your articles? That is how they look at it. Suppose when particular, that is how the journal also has got its visibility. Why Nature? Everybody is fond of science researcher, especially fond of publishing in Nature. Some of my colleagues, in our university, Bharadas University, Professor Professor Tajuddin, they used to tell me, when I publish, one article in Nature, I will render my voluntary retirement. But they have published number of articles. They used to say, why particular journal has got its visibility? Because the entire articles which were peer reviewed, are meaningful, and they got cited by top level learners, and they never compromise the quality. And every journal sometime lightens, or sometime is lighter to lighten the problems of the society. In that way, journal also has got its visibility. So how many of the top level researcher are citing your article, which is very, very important. Readers are article focused. Whether the particular article would really give me something or will really guide me to go about my research. So that is why readers are article focused, but the authors are journal focused. Publish more, read less. This is a dichotomy. I think as a researcher, you must be able to understand the dichotomy. And this dichotomy must be answered or maybe got rid of, I would say. So publish more is not a... I still remember very great researchers. I don't want to name some of my colleagues who retired recently, a couple of years back. They are very great researcher, but they have published very handful of publications. And they have published for about 15 articles in all through their life. 35 years of experience. But 15 articles created at least 100 made a difference. So in that way, now not the philosophy of publishing more. And here the dichotomy is whether what you publish is meaningful or not. That's very important. So in that way, you should understand the differences. And key elements of publishing. I think enough you have discussed the ethical issues. I think Professor Kothari also explained nicely. The ethical issues is very important. I think a good researcher must be ethical. You see, the presentation, whenever I listen to the presentation of good researcher and good speakers or good academics across the world, if you listen to them, you would understand whatever they discuss, whatever they offer an important point to the audience, and they give the footnotes. So this is the book or article or journal from which I have taken this point. They are very honest. That is called intellectual honesty, is very important. Intellectual honesty is ethical issues. See, it doesn't mean that you should not borrow thoughts from me or thoughts from Professor Kothari or Professor McKenney or Professor Ravichandran or Professor Babu. You can borrow thoughts from them, nothing wrong in it, but you have to acknowledge. And how far it is relevant, useful to you is very important. That's not an easy task. So how can you understand ethical issues? I would say you have to read a number of articles. I conducted more than 100 Viva examination across the country, even other countries. Very few candidates were able to rise up to my expectations. The reason is the ethical issues. I used to ask them how many journals that you went through and how many articles that really helped you to write about your research design. So they don't have answer for it. So the ethical issues the researcher must be a voracious reader. Reader in the sense reading with understanding is very important. You know, there's a beautiful saying actually. Reading is not walking into words but grasping the soul of them. Reading is not walking into words, but grasping the soul of them. That's very important. When you read an article, you must be able to grasp the soul of the article. What is the soul? S-O-U-L, the soul of the article. I don't talk about soul software, which is used in a library. So soul, the Atma. So you have to grasp the soul of the article. That's very important. That's the ethical issue. But many times what happens, they simply just read. So sometimes without understanding, I would say you have to read a lot. When you read a lot, perhaps you would be able to rise up to the expectations of top level journals in terms of language they expect from you, in terms of good quality writing they expect from you, quality statistics that you adopt in your research, quality discussions that you have to write, quality recommendations that you will have to offer. So all these things, you get it only through reading. So keep on reading. You must be a voracious reader or prolific reader, so that would give you rhythm for understanding the ethical issues. So the style and language, as I told you, the style and language, every journal, you look at Taylor and Francis, Sage, Springer, you know, top level journals, when you just look at it, American Psychologist, AJT, Australian Journal of Educational Technology, British Journal of Educational Technology. When you just look at the journal, each journal has got its own style, because there are no hard and fast rules. Only thing is, your article must be useful, must be meaningful, and it must make difference. Original. And they see your hard efforts that you put in for writing the article. That when I read your article, I would be able to get it. When I read the article, I would be able to get the amount of effort that you put in. I can easily find out. So in that way, the style and language, now you will have to get accustomed. You'll have to get into it. So it is not an easy task. Therefore, you have got to really understand the style and language expected of by the journal in which you want to publish your article. And the structure of the paper. See, authors to read the structure of the paper. See, very, very important thing. You know, you should not exceed, suppose, for example, 4,500 words. You have to be you have to strictly adhere to it. 4,500 doesn't mean that you have to write till 4,500 words. Maybe you can even 2,500 words if you could really feel that, you know, your article can really rise up to their expectations. That will do. So in that way, listen to the instructions first of all, so that you would understand the structure of the article that you are going to write. And the components of the article, what are they have given, you know, what are the components? Maybe as Professor Kothari rightly, instead of need and significant, perhaps rational. That is a good thought. Why the research is required? How it is going to make the difference? Yeah, this is the problem which is already existing. If I don't do research, that is why Bayes, the Australian famous researcher, says research must be critical. So why critical? If you don't do it, it will affect the system. Perhaps people will be disappointed. People may not be able to survive if you don't do research. If the scientists across the globe do not put their thoughts back, the whole world will be in the outbreak, continue to be in the outbreak. We may not be able to get rid of, or we may not be able to come out of, you know, the outbreak, what we have, COVID outbreak. Now the second stage and third stage, sometimes we are really threatened. And look at, you know, people, the scientists, the researchers across the globe, you know, very committed to put their thoughts back so that we would be able to get rid of the outbreak, COVID outbreak. You know, in that way, that's what, you know, Professor McKenney said, the future shocks. You have got to be resilient, to meet out the future shocks. So resilient, you have got to be resilient. So your research should make me resilient. Resilient means what? I must be strong. I must be able to come out of the problem what I have. Unless you give me translational research. So why I'm telling you, many of our researchers, I'm sorry to say, are not, going to the stage of development. But we call R&D, research and development. That is why they used to say, in India, thesis and dissertations take their shelter in the shelves of the library. In India, thesis and dissertations take their shelter in the shelves of the library, which are quite often untouched. So, friends, you must understand the article submission and journal selection. How to select the journal? Look at theme of your research and theme of the journal. That's very important. See, top level journals, if your theme is not relevant, they simply say, thank you very much. I regret to inform that your article has not been, selected. Has not been taken cognizance of for sending it across to the peer reviewers. So therefore, look at the theme of the particular journal, the article what you have. So why theme is very important? Then only readership, I mean top level readers, will be able to cite your article. Otherwise, they never will read your article. What is the use of publishing an article which is not read by anyone? I don't understand. That is why top level journals we wanted to publish. And all the universities, they have been insisting their wards and faculty members to publish their articles in top level journals, Scopus cited indexed journals or Web of Science or Web of. Why? Because you have to be cited. That's very important. So you should understand publisher process and the peer review, how it is going to happen. So therefore, language also matters. That's what style and language. Are you ready to publish? You see, look at not ready, work has no scientific interest. Why? Because it is outdated. Once again, if you do research, if you do away research on job satisfaction, it is outdated already. So many people have done it. So in that way, now whether it is the need of the hour, for example, you see in the COVID outbreak, the lockdown period especially, look at Dabawala in Mumbai. They have got a beautiful logistics. In Mumbai, Dabawala, suppose lockdown, they don't know what would be their survival. This is a very main problem. The government of Mumbai is looking at. Dabawala, thousands and thousands of people rely on only, taking their tiffin boxes to the officers and the people, those who are working in different corners of Mumbai. Their survival is highly depending upon. Now it is lockdown. Mumbai has called on lockdown months ago, couple of months ago. So what is their survival now? What happens to them? So this is the tricky issue, and this is the need of the hour for one researcher in social science or social work must take care of. So in that way, it is outdated work now and incorrect conclusion sometime. Duplication of published work. Already the work has been published, duplication of published. So replica, your research is a replica of research. So I am not ready to publish. The journal says I am not ready to publish. Ready to work, ready to publish, work at once, ready to publish. Original results or methods, significant enhancement of published work. Already they have published, but enhancement is there. That's what base says, which aims at the advancement of knowledge and wisdom. Advancement of knowledge and wisdom. Doesn't mean that somebody has published on particular thought like metacognition or educational technology or ICT or online forum, online learning. Doesn't mean that you should not publish, but how to enhance. That's where he aims at the advancement of knowledge and wisdom. So the enhancement is very important now. So what extent it has, and even 1% enhancement is there. A 5% enhancement, definitely, you know, the chief editor of the article will take cognizance of your article to be published. So significant enhancement of published work is also important. Perhaps published work, but significant enhancement must be there. Up-to-date review of your subject, that's very important. Up-to-date. Why do you mention something which happened in 78 or 68 or 1848? Up-to-date review of your subject. Why up-to-date? Because up-to-date, which means, you know, the recent developments, they already took cognizance, already took, you know, those the earlier the published work have been taken into account. Therefore, up-to-date review is very important. That is how you would really go with the recent developments. So now I am ready to publish. This is what. So are you ready to publish original results, significant enhancement? And you have to get rid of you have to really get away from outdated work, incorrect conclusion, duplication of work. So that's very important. Friends, what makes a strong manuscript? I mean article. Manuscript means article. They call manuscript. It must be clear. See, when they read your abstract, this is how I evaluate. You know, I intend to evaluate your article. The moment I look at your abstract, I would understand what extent it is going to really be meaningful. It is going to really deliver goods. So the abstract is very important. So abstract, you know, the entire thing is important. What I mean to say, the first impression is the best impression. No, they start reading your summary of your article. That is abstract. So that must be clear, useful, and exciting message. The moment I read, come on, somebody, you know, they have used a beautiful word, heal. Beautiful. What is heal? Health, education, and you know, leadership. Beautiful. So health, literacy, education, and leadership. Come on, I have never heard about. I think which is important right now because we are in the lockdown. So in that way, there must be exciting message in the article, and it has to impress upon the reader. Otherwise, sometimes you are distancing. So presented and constructed in a logical, readers to easily grasp the significance. That's very important. Okay, what makes these are the important points I'm just talking. They are only indicative. They are not exhaustive sometimes. So I just look at the time sometime. Sorry. So I've got another 6 minutes. Okay. Now you see what article type should I choose? Now you see substantial, complete, comprehensive pieces of research. Is my message sufficient for a full article? And you see quick and early communication. Are my results so thrilling that they should be shown as soon as possible? Summaries of recent developments on a specific topic, often submitted by invitation sometime. How do I choose the right journals? Aim to reach the intended audience for your work, and you have to choose only one journal as simultaneous submissions are prohibited, because I think you all know that you have to choose one article for your publication. Until you get the response, you should not send your article to any other journal. And you see, shortlist a handful candidate journals. That's very important. I think both the research supervisor and the scholar have to work together to shortlist a handful of candidate journals, in the sense journals of your own research area. Now investigate your journal shortlist like aims and scope, whether you know you have the coherence with your research thought and sub-theme of the research. Aim and scope, types of articles, consider readership, as I told you, subscription versus open access, speed of publication, peer review process, bibliometrics, content innovation. All these things must be considered. And you see the guide for others, find it the journal home page For example, elsevier.com. Keep to the guide for others in your manuscript. It will save your time, so that it will save your time. For want of time, structuring your article, you see how to structure your article. Maybe structure, search and find, tell your story and provide context. The title, abstract, keywords, first thing. And search and find the introduction, methods, result and discussion. Most of the article, if you just, these are all the expectations. Tell your story, conclusion, acknowledgement, reference, supporting materials. So this must be taken cognizance. What is called the effective manuscript? It should identify the main issue of the paper, and it should be very concise, but it should be accurate. It should not be ambiguous. It must be specific, as I told you, specific and complete. And it should use professional language. Language is important. English is the language now, professional language, and research language is also very important. And avoid rarely used abbreviations. Sometimes ICT is universal observation, abbreviation. Perhaps you can use it, but rarely used abbreviation you should not use it. Manuscript will attract readers. So short and catchy titles are often better cited. Catchy titles, short and catchy titles. You see how it is. I have given one example. And keywords, how to write the keywords, are the labels of keywords are the labels of manuscript, your article. And they are keywords, they are used by indexing and abstracting services. They should be very specific, and they should use only established observations, as I told you. And how to write abstract? Keep it as brief as possible. Sometimes, in the abstract itself, they write so many sentences. They give definitions and all that. When you write the definition, sometimes your article will be thrown away. So keep it as brief as possible. And you have got to summarize the problems, methods, results, and conclusions in the abstract. You make sure it is clearly written and easy to understand. You use very simple language, nothing wrong in it, but you have to make people understand, because people of different categories across the world are going to read your paper. So make sure it is clearly written. Make sure it is accurate. Even you see Japanese, I have adjudicated the articles are Japanese. They write very simple language, SVO pattern, subject, verb, object, but still very attractive, very clear, very precise, very simple in that way. And write laws accurately reflects the content of the paper. That's very important. That is why it is called abstract. And introduction, how to write introduction? Explain the problem briefly, describe your approach with the research support, mention existing solutions and limitations. What are the existing solutions it is going to address, and what are the limitations that you have as a researcher when you write the article? This is very important. And look at the methods, how to write the method. Describe how the problem was studied, include detailed information to allow repetition. Don't describe previously published procedure, but cite clearly. And you've got to identify the equipment and materials used. Use proper notations, including chemical formulae or whatever the symbols that you use. Don't forget to present the controls used. And results, you see, include only data of primary importance. Use subheadings to keep results of the same type together to avoid redundancy. Use figures and tables for efficiency and clarity. Provide accurate, appropriate statistical analysis, which is very important. And results visualization, you see the caption and legend should be self-explanatory to enable the figure and stand alone. That's what. And it must maximize visual versus space. Use color only when necessary. Sometimes, the article, the graph, they give multicolor, which is not required at all. Sometimes it is irritating. So use color only when necessary. Otherwise, it's not required. Graphs, uncrowded plots, restrict data sets. It must be symbols to distinguish, well-selected scales, axis labels, label size, everything must be taken into account. Photos, scale marker. Don't manipulate the image to enhance the result. Perhaps you got to give the original photograph. That's very important. In the discussion, how to write discussion, interpretation of results is very important. Most of the important sections must be considered. Make the discussion correspond to the results and complement them. Compare published results with your own, already published and your own. And these things must be avoided. The statements that go beyond what the results can support. Sometimes, you come out with some suggestions or recommendations which are beyond your results of your research work. So that should be avoided. Non-specific expressions. Avoid non-specific expression. New terms not already defined in your paper. Sometimes, you introduce new terms which is not at all talked about in your writing. And speculations, it should not confuse. Speculation on possible interpretations that are not rooted in fact. Facts are very important. So these must be avoided in discussion. Look at conclusion. Explain how your work advances the present state of. See, conclusion, people take lightly. I'm sorry to say, when you take lightly, conclusion must be effective. And it must be able to really attract the reviewers, peer reviewers especially. So you must learn to write conclusion. And they offer some points like explain how your work advances the present state of knowledge. Don't repeat results or abstract. Discuss uses, extension and applications. Suggest future experiments. That's very important. On the basis of your results. You should not go beyond the results. Whatever the results, the findings that you have, you suggest on the basis of the finding. You suggest future researchers. Sometimes you wanted to offer some ideas for future researchers or future experiments. And you got to be clear to help the reviewers and the editors to judge your work and its impact. In fact, the acknowledgement, okay, I don't want to take. And references, I think Professor Kothari was talking about the APA. Sometimes your article is, sometimes language education. Then you got to follow MLA, Member of Linguistic Association. And you should not give APA. For bibliometrics, sometimes your article will be rejected. So your research is on ELT, for example, or language teaching, or English language teaching, or Tamil language teaching, or Hindi language teaching. Now the references must be in the form of MLA, Member of Linguistic Association. Behavior science or social science, then APA, the universal expectations. American Psychological Association, that way. So don't include too many references sometimes. Which are the references, really helped you to enhance or design or build your research work. So that's very important. So don't give, sometimes the article is only 4 pages, but references 8 pages. They will really get irritated. So as less as possible. Don't include many references. Perhaps the adequate references which are very important. Always ensure you have fully absorbed the material you are referenced. You are referred. Avoid excessive self-citations, or citations or publication from the institute. Conform to any requirements outlined, as I told you, APA and MLA. Now the process of writing, you see figures and table, your data, methods, results, and then discussion, and then conclusion. This is how, and then introduction, and then the title, abstract keywords. This is how the process of writing, building the articles. You see, revise before submission. Very, very important thing is you got to revise. Both the research supervisor and the candidate and the researcher. Perhaps sometime you can even make use of the external members to revise your, and you can get, perhaps you can get opinion from your other, academics, non-academics, okay, in that way, are experts of your own research is very important. And look at the peer review helps to determine the quality, validity, and significance, originality of research. It helps to improve quality of papers. Publisher are outside the academic process. and that should not create any prejudice or favor. So they really justify. They give you justice. I'm so happy that if you want to publish, okay, in the top level journals, all peer reviewers, I mean, they offer justice to you. So in that way, friends, look at this picture. I would like to take another couple of seconds to complete my presentation. Look at this. Now look at the journal writer. He is going to publish. You see, this is how you have to really cross them. You have to go. They are ready to kill you. They have got very dangerous weapons, to attack you. And you must really, somehow you'll have to substantiate, and you have to really, go through the way so that your paper will be accepted in that way. So with these ideas, perhaps the plagiarism also you must take care of for want of time. Okay, maybe I would like to show the last slide. I think when you read the slide, you would understand. We are all here, sir: fertilizer supplier, agricultural scientist, pest controller, and seed supplier, soil tester. But I wonder who that man is standing over there. Do you understand what is it? They are all doing research. The best fertilizer supplier, best everybody is for the farmers. But they are asking who that man standing over there. Therefore, understand your target group, and you have to be relevant to the target group, your society, in terms of your research, so that your article will be taken cognitions by the top level journals, so that it will be your cup of tea to publish your thoughts in top level journals. I wish you all the best, and I thank Professor Babu and his team, Department of Education of Annamalai University, for having extended very good opportunity to interact my thoughts with participants across the globe and across the country. Thank you very much. Now it is your turn to ask prominent questions to me. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have one question to ask.
Yeah.
Sir, how to identify a journal as a high-profile journal?
Very good. It's a very good question, actually. So how to you look at the citation index of the journals? I mean, the impact factor of the journals, and then H index, whether it is indexed by the universally, recognized bodies like Scopus, Web of Science, Web of Knowledge, like Mendeley. So these PubMed. So these are all the topmost these things which address the global citation index. So look at their H index, look at the impact factor. Accordingly, you can choose. So suppose, for example, a particular journal, if you look at I-10 index or H index, it will be very top. So, and look at the, the popularity and popularity of the indexing of the particular journals like Scopus, PubMed, Web of Science, Web of Mendeley. These are all the top priority journals, Taylor's and Francis. That is how you have to choose the journals. And another important thing is the readership of the journal with a special reference to the article that you are going to publish. Are you convinced?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And like that, how many journals will be there, sir? Any idea, sir?
I think, you see, I can't just tell you how many journals. Perhaps I would like to give you some suggestions, like you see, especially if you go through DOAJ, Directory of Open Access Journal, DOAJ, DOAJ, www.doaj.org, Directory of Open Access Journals, for example, to start with. And if you go to the index, Web of Science, I think you will get everything. And you can refer number of journals, okay, which are relevant to your field of research. You go to the site of Web of Science.
Web of Science. Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
And Doge also.
Doge.
Directory of Open Access Journals.
Open access.
It gives you directory.
Okay.
Like Yellow Book, what you have.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
PM, sir.
Any questions? Madam, shall I proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good evening to one and all. I deem it a great honor to perform the pleasant duty of proposing a vote of thanks. Today, we had a remarkable series of lectures by eminent educationists, Professor Stephen McKinney. He spoke on the topic research in education. Dr. Ravichandran delivered a lecture on building quality literature reviews for educational research. Professor R.G. Kothari spoke on errors committed in research. And Dr. E. Ramganesh delivered on how to publish in high-profile journals. All the lectures were scintillating, enriching, and enlightening. I hope and believe that all the participants would have been immensely benefited by the lectures. I sincerely thank our revered Vice Chancellor, esteemed Registrar, respected Dean, beloved Head of the Department, Professor Sunil Bihari Mohanty, for their participation in this program. We are all grateful to all the speakers for sparing their valuable time and delivering lecture in spite of the pandemic situation. I thank the organizers for arranging this series and giving me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. Once again, I thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. For the participants, the attendance link is posted. Kindly fill in the form. The form will be open for 10 minutes. After that, you can leave. Tomorrow, the session will start at 2:30.